Rain finally went away. They got to play another day. Old Man Autumn stepped up to the plate while youngsters watched some World Series fate.
Sinking fast in right center and in for a hit. And on the wet turf, it scoots past Eisenreich to the wall. And Molitor has a triple. The payoff pitch. He struck him out. That's well hit to left. Incaviglia watches it go. Home run, Paul Molitor. On the ground hard. Molitor, nice play to second. Back to first. Out at first.
Rain went away. What we'll remember is this man's day. Well, it rained all day long in Philadelphia after the Blue Jays rained on the Phillies last night. But this is the way they think around here, folks. Winners laugh, losers say deal. The Phillies are ready to deal. Down 2-1. They aren't letting one lost night erase a season of very hard work. So Philly fanatic and all, here we are for Game 4. The comeback kids, the Philadelphia Phillies, against a team on a mission, the Toronto Blue Jays. Hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien, and welcome to CBS Sports' continuing coverage of the 1993 World Series. Those drops we saw all day were raindrops, not tears. It's only Game 4, and it could even up tonight with a Philadelphia win. On the other hand, the Blue Jays are as sharp as ever. They benched the American League batting champion and go ahead and win 10-3 last night. Not only are they sharp, they have handled this matter with the class of a Tiffany vase. You go back to the bickering during the ALCS and the Chicago White Sox about who would play and who wouldn't, and you realize that Cito Gaston is doing all the right things. Tonight it's John Olerud again and Paul Molitor at third base. Olerud playing first, Ed Sprague on the bench.
All morning, and of course, once I got to the ballpark, I just called Molitor in again and talked to him again about it, and he seemed to be a little bit more comfortable with it today. He assured me that he wouldn't interfere with his hitting, so that's what I was concerned about, and let's hope it works out for us.
Can you give yourself some credit at how this has been handled with such class within the organization? Because you look at what happened with the White Sox and all the bickering with George Bell and Bowen not being able to play. Is that your credit or the team's credit?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I'm pretty honest. I'm honest with my players all the time. I don't think I've ever lied to a player, and I've been just lucky and fortunate to have a lot of good players on this team that have the same type of attitude.
They are getting it done. We hope to get it done for you tonight. The forecast calls for light rain and fog. We hope to get this one in. We're pretty sure we will. 62 degrees right now. The players did take batting practice underneath Veterans Stadium here tonight. There you see the Blue Jays. On the other side, the Philadelphia Phillies took practice. And we talked to Jim Eisenreich about these conditions on this AstroTurf. The drainage is tremendous here, but it still was a factor last night.
Like Molitor's triple in the first inning last night. Hit the turf, and if I wasn't there, it was gone. I knew that I couldn't get it after it hit the turf because it just shoots, you know, and that's the main thing. You come up for a throw and the ball's soaking wet, you know, you can't throw it, and I don't throw well anyway, so.
Jim Eisenreich. Well, we had a stirring experience here a little while ago. For the first time ever at a Major League Baseball game, an entire orchestra performed the national anthem. The Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra, led by the mayor of Philadelphia, Ed Rendell. And it was, folks, I must tell you, I've heard a lot of national anthems. It was one of the most stirring performances we have seen in sports, at least in my years in sports. And with the humidity and everything, they'll be tuning those instruments until their Christmas concert. Stay tuned to us tonight. We hope to have a great night of baseball for you. Sean McDonough, Tim McCarver behind the mic. Jim Gray is here as well. Enjoy the game, everybody, here on CBS. It's Game 4, the Philadelphia Phillies and the Blue Jays. Have fun.
Next Wednesday, head south with Glenn Fry and Aries Spears. South of Sunset.
This is CBS.
In the mood for something serious or something fun? There's the sporty Mazda Protege. Roomier than Mercedes 190E with an unsurpassed basic warranty. Now get $1,200 cash back, plus air conditioning or automatic transmission at no extra charge. Save up to $2,040 on the 93 Protege and have some serious fun. Mazda. It just feels right.
My years in football taught me the value of a great health plan. Hello, I'm Dick Vermeil. Everyday life has its bumps and bruises, too. And that's why Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield have added the new personal choice to our game plan. There's no need to enroll with a primary care physician, and you don't need a referral to see a specialist. Office visits are covered, and there are no claim forms. Now, what could be easier? Call 1-800-ASK-BLUE for all the benefits of personal choice. The health plan that controls cost, not people.
Murphy, that package you sent to Denver, it never got there.
Introducing tracking software from Federal Express.
It was picked up at 5:20 last night, and it was delivered at 9:42 a.m. and signed for by Kate Donovan. Shall I call her for you, sir?
Never mind.
Now you can track packages right from your computer on your desk.
Highlights, player interviews, and fan reaction.
Channel 10 News after the game.
Good evening, everyone, from Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, where tonight the Philadelphia Phillies play host to the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 4 of the 1993 World Series. I'm Sean McDonough along with Tim McCarver, and it's great to have you with us. The big news again today leading up to Game 4, Cito Gaston's lineup. He has decided to go with Paul Molitor at third base, John Olerud at first, and Ed Sprague takes a seat on the bench. What about Molitor at third?
Well, I think you have to first consider the risk of whether he's going to get a ground ball or not. I think the risk at third is less getting a ground ball than it was last night at first, because the Phillies once again are loaded with left-handed sticks. They have 7 left-handed batters in the lineup. Now, if Molitor does get a ball at third, throwing could be an adventure.
He hasn't played third base in a regular season game since 1990, and during that season he played only 2 games at that position. Another big question leading into the World Series for Cito Gaston was, would he use 3 starters or 4? He decided to go with 4. The 4th starter is Todd Stottlemyre, who had a record of below .500 during the regular season.
Well, you could say Stottlemyre is the starter, but the left-hander, Al Leiter, is the starter at large. Cito Gaston telling us that Stottlemyre, he'd love a complete game out of Stottlemyre, but Al Leiter will be in earlier than normal if Stottlemyre gets into trouble early, and the reason for that, he can combat the left-handed batters with the Phillies, possibly make Jim Fregosi make a couple of right-handed switches, and then make him more vulnerable later on in the ball game to right-handed pitching.
Stottlemyre was 11-12 during the regular season. As you saw, he'll be opposed tonight by the right-hander Tommy Green. The first pitch from Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia right after this.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Oldsmobile. The Prudential peace of mind that comes with every piece of the rock. AT&T, we help put your world within reach. And by Goodyear, #1 in tires.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you could retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and you might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program. A personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just failed to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
This is hydroplaning in less than an inch of water, and they're being pulled by Goodyear all-season AquaTread radials. AquaTread's deep groove design channels water away as you drive for outstanding traction. Hydroplaning, AquaTreading. Think about it.
The eyes of America. That's why Pearl Vision is now offering $50 off on each complete pair of glasses. Pick any frame in the store, add any lenses, then subtract $50. Right now and only at Pearl Vision.
Bigfoot!
Excellent.
Wait a minute, guys, there's more.
Check it out.
Guys!
It's a pizza guy, man.
Much more, guys, like free HBO for a month.
free HBO. Free HBO. Can I also mention it's free? Prove it. Just damn it a coupon, guys. Here we go. Whoa.
Buy any Bigfoot pizza and get a free trial month of HBO. Just mail in the coupon.
Well, back to you, Jen. Who are you?
Bigfoot pizza, a legendary value.
Okay, it's fixed. You sure? Looks a little strange. Oh, I've done this before. Watch.
Just when you really need it. It's Service Stars Super Savings Days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Service Stars Super Savings Days. Some of us need it bad, real bad. A Black & Decker cordless screwdriver or finishing sander, only $29.99. A 48-inch shop light, just $8.99 at Service Star.
Cito Gaston has Ricky Henderson leading off tonight in left field. Batting second, the center fielder Devon White. Roberto Alomar is the second baseman, batting third. The cleanup hitter, right fielder Joe Carter. Batting fifth at first base, John Olerud. Paul Molitor is the third baseman, batting sixth. Tony Fernandez at short hits seventh. The catcher Pat Borders bats eighth. And the pitcher Todd Stottlemyre will hit ninth.
The defense for the Phillies, Thompson, Dykstra, and Eisenreich in the outfield. Holland, Stocker, Duncan, and Kruk in the infield. Darren Dalton behind the plate. And Tommy Green on the mound. He pitches very well in this ballpark. 10-0 during the regular season and 1-1 in postseason with the clincher, pitching the clincher against the Braves last Wednesday night.
And as Tommy Green warms up, let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, Sean, I spoke with Paul Molitor, and he told me that he feels about a half step off out in the field and that he's playing tentative. He told me that when he takes the field at third base tonight, that it'll be the first time in a long time that he will feel uncomfortable. He said he's not quite close to panic, but he is a little fearful. Sean?
And Paul told Jim Gray on the postgame interview last night that he did not expect to play today, and that was the stated game plan of Cito Gaston yesterday. But Cito said he spent all night last night wishing that Molitor could play third base. He talked to Paul again today during the day, and Molitor said, don't worry about being uncomfortable with playing third base affecting my hitting, because it won't. I've been around long enough to be able to separate defense from offense, and I won't let it affect my hitting. And once Gaston heard that, he said, all right, you're in. Charlie Williams, a 13-year veteran of the National League, is the home plate umpire. He's working his first World Series. Tim McClelland at first base, Dana DeMuth at second, Dave Phillips, the crew chief, at third, Paul Runge along the left field line, and Mark Johnson is in right. It is drizzling as the ball game begins. And once they get underway, the decision to stop play is in the hands of Dave Phillips, the crew chief. Here's Ricky Henderson, who had 2 hits last night, raising his mark for the World Series to 3 for 10. First pitch of game 4, fastball for strike 1. And a ball low. A couple of times already Green has looked down at the mound. You saw him stop in the middle of one warm-up delivery and check out the mound, and he looked down immediately after that ball went in the dirt. Well hit toward the gap in left center, and in for a hit on the wet turf. It scoots to the warning track, and Ricky Henderson has a leadoff double.
Ricky Henderson led off last night's game with a base hit off Danny Jackson. And the one thing the Phillies do not want to do, they don't want to get their crowd out of the game early. And that's what happened last night when the Blue Jays scored 3 in the first.
Combination of the hour and 12-minute rain delay and the early rally by the Blue Jays really did take the crowd out of the game last night. As you could tell during our opening, the crowd is ready to go tonight. Devon White is the batter. And Green's first pitch to White is a ball low.
So many stories, connecting stories between these two ball clubs. Devon White, a roommate of the closer, Wild Thing, Mitch Williams, in winter ball about 7 years ago in Puerto Rico.
And Devon says, if anything, Mitch Williams has really calmed down since then. One can only imagine what he was like when he roomed with Devon White in winter ball. With the count 2-0, Dalton out to the mound. It wasn't all that long ago that it looked like Devon White's career was coming to a screeching halt when he was with the California Angels. Year to year, his statistics were going steadily downhill. Much of it the result of a personality conflict with then Angels manager Doug Rader. Devon White hit .217 for the Angels as recently as 1990 and was demoted to AAA during that season. Moved on to Toronto after the '90 season in a trade, and his career has been revitalized in a big way since then. And he walks on 4 pitches. And that'll bring John Kruk in to speak with Tommy Green. Green admitted to being anxious in his Game 2 start in the LCS against Atlanta. Then he settled down and pitched very well in his other start against the Braves. Roberto Alomar is the batter.
I think what players look for, especially in postseason play, is controlled anxiety. And you're going to be anxious, you're going to be a little nervous, and that's good. Can't go overboard, however.
5 balls in a row thrown by Green. 1-0 on Alomar. He looks down at third base coach Nick Leyva, former Phillies manager. Alomar had a big night last night that was somewhat lost in all of the hoopla surrounding Paul Molitor's terrific performance. Alomar had 4 hits last night, 3 singles and a triple. Along the left field line, Milt Thompson in a foul ground to make the catch for the first out of the ball game.
Alomar's night last night was so good. He was 4 for 5, as you said, Sean. And for those with at least 100 at-bats in postseason play, before that at-bat, Alomar a .362 average, and that leads all players in postseason. But of course, it'll drop about 2 points with that foul out to Thompson. A huge out for Tommy Green and the Phillies.
Now Joe Carter 3 for 11 in the World Series. Joe hit a 2-run homer in Game 2 off Terry Mulholland. No score, just underway on the top of the first. The Blue Jays threatening with first and second and 1 out. Green's 1-0. Well hit. Great play by Hollins. And then his lob throw was not in time at second. White slid by the bag, but Duncan didn't realize it. And the bases are loaded with 1 out. Hollins made a terrific stop of the smash, but then couldn't get off a good throw.
Yeah, the stop was so good, buried in the glove. He couldn't get it out of the glove, and a little lollipop toss to Duncan. Duncan was trying to avoid the runner, Devon White, to the degree that he came off the bag and failed to follow up as White slides past the bag, and by the time Duncan went back to tag him, Devon had recovered. Brilliant play by Hollins, but the throw not in time at second. And Duncan's all right. A hard slide, a clean slide, but a hard one by White.
You would think Duncan would have seen that White went by the bag, since he went spinning right around and appeared to be looking right down at him. John Olerud, who did not play last night, looked at ball 1 down and in. He went 2 for 6 in the first 2 games at Skydome.
When a third baseman has problems getting the ball out of his glove like that, the second baseman realizes that the runner has time to get down to him, and he's trying to get off the bag and get the call. That's why he didn't see White slide past the bag.
2-0 on Olerud. Danny Jackson roughed up for 3 runs in the first inning last night. That set the tone for the ball game. And now Green. is in trouble in the first inning tonight, and that's not much of a surprise. He had his problems for Jim Fregosi in first innings throughout the year. An ERA of nearly 7. A pop-up. Infield fly rule in effect. Truck made the catch in fair territory for the second out. If you're scoring, credit Joe Carter with an infield hit on the smash down to third to Dave Hollins. And the 6th batter of the first inning is Paul Molitor. 6 for 11 in the 3 games to this point. He had 3 hits last night, a 2-run triple in the first, a solo homer in the third, and an infield hit in the 9th. Ball 1, low and away. Molitor said he did not feel comfortable at first base at any time last night, but yet it did not affect his hitting, and that's the point he made to Cito Gaston, trying to convince the manager that he could handle third base without it affecting his hitting tonight. In the dirt, blocked by Dalton, and the runners have no chance to advance. 2-0. The count on Molitor with the bases loaded.
Molitor also with some interesting comments in the paper today. He said that his hit that drove in 2 runs, the triple in the first inning last night, helped him relax on defense. He's in another position where a hit would help him relax on defense.
No score, top of the first. 2 outs and the bases loaded. The 2-0 to Molitor is ball 3. And Green hasn't come close with any of the 3 pitches to Molitor. Green has to come in with a strike, and he did not. He walks Molitor on 4 pitches to force in a run, and the Blue Jays lead 1-0. And pitching coach Johnny Padres is on his way to the mound.
Tommy Green has had 2 opportunities to get out of this inning without Toronto scoring. He got the pop-up the other way from Alomar, great clutch hitter, and then he got the pop-up, the infield fly rule, to John Olerud, a great clutch hitter, and then threw 4 straight balls to Molitor.
Ricky Henderson scored on the bases loaded walk to Molitor. It is Molitor's 5th RBI of the World Series. And the 7th batter of the first inning is Tony Fernandez. He's 4 for 9. He had 2 hits last night. Pair of singles. He drove in 2 runs. Five in a row outside the strike zone by Green, who has walked 2 here in the first and has surrendered 2 hits.
You notice how all 5 pitches out of the strike zone have been low. It looks like Tommy Green is choking the ball. A lot of times when you are anxious and nervous, you're not throwing the ball normally. You have a tendency to grip it too tightly.
Well hit, base hit. White is in. Carter will score. And the Blue Jays, for the 2nd straight night, have taken a 3-0 lead in the first. A 2-run single by Tony Fernandez.
Frankie Frisch used to say, oh, those bases on balls. 5 straight balls and a fat fastball to Tony Fernandez, and he certainly takes advantage of it. Molitor to third has 2-run score, and the Blue Jays have already equaled last night's first inning.
6 runs batted in for Fernandez in the World Series. That leads all players. Pat Borders just 2 for 12. We saw a moment ago in a shot of Tommy Green that he has writing on the bill of his cap underneath. He has written on his hat the word aggressive, but that really wouldn't describe his pitching here in the first inning. It really looked like he was nibbling to several of the Blue Jay big hitters.
Very tentative.
Line to left. Thompson on the run makes the catch. After a half inning in Philadelphia. The Blue Jays 3 and the Phillies coming up.
Ever wonder why a hamburger costs $10 in Tokyo? Or why a cab to the airport there runs about $120? Or why their luxury cars seem so expensive, especially when compared to the Oldsmobile 88 Special Edition, which, even with air, automatic, cruise, tilt, anti-lock brakes, and dual airbags, costs just $19,995? It's your money.
Rangers, Cherokees, Broncos, Explorers, Pathfinders, Blazers. Any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
Fred's my AT&T sales rep.
The country gives me the creeps, but I came out here to tell Jan about AT&T's Maximum Advantage.
Everything about it is simple, except running it.
Maximum Advantage doesn't work for you. You're automatically enrolled. You get AT&T's best service at our lowest price guaranteed. We'll look at your calling patterns quarterly and make new recommendations. Jan, with our international fax and calling plans for our 800 service, you could be hosting the whole world that you're in.
Hi.
We're the Raskins. Ah, welcome.
Fred really knows my business. I'm sure I could get him up here full time. It's great.
Paula Zahn.
Ted Williams, the greatest pure hitter who ever
Harry
played.
Smith.
I just want to sit on here for a second. Do I look like Jack Nicholson or what?
And Mark McEwen.
Well, Cindy, first of all, what does winning?
On CBS This Morning, breakfast for your head.
Jim Fregosi has Lenny Dykstra leading off and playing center field. Batting second, the second baseman Mariano Duncan. John Kruk is the first baseman batting third. The cleanup hitter, third baseman Dave Hollins, batting fifth and doing the catching, Darren Dalton. Jim Eisenreich in right field hits sixth. Milt Thompson is in the lineup tonight in left field batting seventh. Kevin Stockard, the shortstop, hits eighth. And the pitcher, Tommy Green, bats ninth.
The defense for the Toronto Blue Jays. Ricky Henderson, the left fielder, Devon White in center, and Joe Carter in right. Paul Molitor at third base. He's the key defensively. Tony Fernandez at shortstop. Roberto Alomar at second. John Olerud at first, and Pat Borders behind the plate. Todd Stottlemyre on the mound, 11 and 12 during the regular season, but an earned run average around 5. And Cito Gaston telling us before the game, you really don't know how Todd is going to do. You don't know whether he's going to try to be a thrower or a pitcher. If he gets breaking balls over early in the count, then that's a good sign. But if he tries to blow the ball by the hitters, that is not a good sign, and I think you can look for Al Leiter at any signs of trouble in the early innings.
Particularly now that the Blue Jays are off to a quick lead. Stottlemyre started with a looping breaking ball to Lenny Dykstra, who has 6 home runs in the postseason as a leadoff batter, tying Hank Bauer and Davey Lopes for most home runs by a leadoff man in postseason play. And he has 1 home run in this World Series. He's 4 for 13, 1 for 5 last night. Up high, 3-0. Cito Gaston said, as Tim said, Stottlemyre needs to get the breaking ball over, but also change speeds. He has the tendency to rear back and try to throw everything hard. He has considerable talent, and it's been frustrating to the Blue Jays that he hasn't put it all together. And he starts on an ominous note, walking Dykstra on 4 pitches.
In order to be a pitcher and not a thrower, you have to stay ahead. You have to throw strikes early in the count so you can utilize your breaking ball. That is a bad sign for the Blue Jays. They score 3 runs, and Stottlemyre comes out and throws 4 straight balls.
Now Duncan, who's had a terrific series, 6 for 14. Taking all the way, he looked at a breaking ball for strike one. Larry Boa is the Philadelphia third base coach.
Mariano Duncan, an excellent bunter. We'll see if he takes advantage of Molitor at third base. He likes to lay the ball down and drag it. And the Phillies, if they get a lead, you wonder if they go out of their game plan and sacrifice more and try to bunt the ball down to Molitor, make him become involved in the action. But when you're 3-0 down, you can't do that.
High fly, shallow right for Joe Carter. One out, and Dykstra returns to first. We're in the bottom of the first, 3-0 Toronto. The top of the order has not been the problem for Philadelphia as they trail in the World Series 2-1. Dykstra, Duncan, and Kruk have combined to hit .436, but the rest of the team is hitting only .250. Kruk is the leading hitter in the World Series, 7 for 12, a .583 average.
Middle of the order has been killing the Phillies. 4, 5, and 6 spots, batting .198 for the first 3 games. They have got to have production from the middle of the order, as most teams do.
You raised the point about bunting, perhaps trying to exploit Paul Molitor. Molitor before the game said he didn't expect that the Phillies would do that. He says they're an aggressive hitting team. They don't like to bunt. I doubt that they'll go away from what has been so successful for them during the year. Breaking ball missed, 2-1 on Kruk.
An interesting note about Todd Stottlemyre and ground balls to third base. He has worked 176 2/3 innings this year, and there have been 33 balls fielded by the third baseman. That's about 1 every 5 innings. And with the left-handers the Phillies have up there, you'd have to think it was going to be less in this ball game. Unless you get a guy like Al Leiter in there, a left-hander, and then the Phillies move their right-handers in there, and that could change the picture. Something to think about.
Dykstra has 1 stolen base in the World Series in his only attempt. Blitz Sprague did not have a single chance at third base last night. Check swing, looked like a good pitch, called ball 3 by Charlie Williams.
Change up, just missed. I mean, just outside.
The camera does not lie. The 3-1 is a strike. Dykstra runs. There is no throw. And Lenny Dykstra has his 2nd stolen base of the World Series.
With a count 3 balls and a strike, the catcher has a tendency to stay behind the plate a little longer than he would normally do, and the reason for that, he wants the strike. Borders stayed back there a little longer, and Dykstra steals uncontested.
And the payoff to Kruk, he struck him out. Good fastball by Stottlemyre for the 2nd out of the inning. First strikeout of the night for Stottlemyre.
That's the best fastball he's thrown so far. Little extra giddy up on this one, and in a good spot. Outside corner.
Dykstra is at second with 2 outs. 3-0 Toronto in the first. Here's Dave Hollins, part of that struggling middle third of the Philadelphia order. He's 2 for 11 with only 1 RBI through the first 3 games. Hitting coach Dennis Menke thinks Hollins is trying to hit the ball too hard. Perhaps he has a little extra adrenaline flow in the World Series.
It's the same for pitchers and hitters. Pitchers who don't pitch well try to throw it too hard, and hitters who don't hit well try to hit it too hard. If you're a hitter and you're trying for those 5-run homers, that's not the right formula.
Good pitch. 1-2 on Hollins. Galen Cisco is the Toronto pitching coach. Former football captain at Ohio State, captain of a Rose Bowl team in the late 50s. The 1-2 is high.
Toronto trying to pitch Dave Hollins inside, and usually with big powerful hitters, that's where you try to work them in tight. They like to extend their arms.
Breaking ball just low, and the count is full. Fastball low. And Hollins draws the second walk of the inning thrown by Stottlemyre. Green walked 2 in the top of the inning, and the Blue Jays made him pay. So the tying run is at the plate. Here's another struggling Philly. Darren Daulton 2 for 12. Dennis Menke thinks his problem is that he hasn't been seeing the ball well enough, that perhaps his stance was too close, so they've gone to a more open stance. He took extra batting practice yesterday. Dykstra at second. He drew the first walk of the inning thrown by Stottlemyre, stole second, and Todd walked Hollins with 2 outs. Stottlemyre is 28 years old, from Yakima, Washington. 6'3", 195 pounds. He misses low and in. And that brings Borders to the mound with the count 2-0.
Sean, you mentioned Darren Daulton's problems. Some of those problems could go back to 18 months ago when he had the car accident with Lenny Dykstra, returning from John Kruk's bachelor party. And he still has, at times, double vision in his left eye. It's not a serious problem, but it does bother him on occasion, and that could add to his woes here in the World Series.
The 2-0 is ball 3, and Stottlemyre is in danger of walking the bases loaded.
Jim Fregosi allows his power hitters to be swinging 3-0.
Three and 1 now. Certainly didn't look as if Dalton's taking all the way.
No.
He might have taken a rip if it was a pitch he could handle. That's ball 4 low. 3 walks have loaded the bases for Philadelphia in the first. The Blue Jays lead 3-0. Here comes Galen Cisco to the mound. There is no action in the Toronto bullpen. Jim Fregosi thought the key to last night's game was after Toronto scored the 3 runs in the top of the first inning, his team then squandered a great chance to score in the bottom of the first when they had runners at second and third and only 1 out. Fregosi said even if we only got 1 run in that instance, we would have felt like we were right back into the ball game. We would have had a little bit of momentum. Danny Jackson didn't pitch all that poorly after the first inning, but they did not score, and that set the tone for the rest of the night.
Yeah, the thing about that is you answer immediately. They score 3 and you come back with 1 or 2, you're very much more in the game. And if you were to end up with a 0, and the Phillies are facing that same problem right now.
Jim Eisenreich leads the Phillies in runs batted in with 5 through the first 3 games. Many of the fans on their feet, bases loaded, with 2 outs in the first, and the breaking ball missed low and in. 2-0.
The crowd has returned.
Eisenreich had the big hit in game 2. A 3-run homer in the 3rd inning that gave Philadelphia a 5-0 lead, a lead the Phillies never relinquished. He takes all the way, and Stottlemyre poured it over. 2-1. Ball 3. Full count with 2 outs, and the runners will be off with the payoff pitch. Todd Stottlemyre is 1 ball away from his 4th walk of the inning and walking in a run. He's also 1 strike away from getting out of this inning unscathed. The pitch. Low. Ball 4, walk 4, 3-1 Toronto. There is still no action in the Toronto bullpen.
And that's a surprise to me from what Cito Gaston told us before tonight's game. And as you pointed out, Sean, especially with the 3-run lead. Because the Phillies are going to continue to throw up left-handed batters to face Stottlemyre.
And if they stay true to their season-long form, they'll remain very patient and make Stottlemyre prove that he can throw strikes consistently. Thompson took the first pitch, as you might expect, and looked at a ball low. The Phillies have scored without a hit. It's 3-1 Toronto in the bottom of the 1st. Four walks in an inning ties a World Series record. 3 consecutive walks ties a World Series record. High, 2-0. Stottlemyre has thrown 31 pitches in the 1st, 21 of them balls. And time has been called. Tony Fernandez has summoned the equipment man. Might be having a problem with a contact lens.
I assume that's legitimate. Tony appears, you know, you don't know whether Tony, an experienced player, is just trying to break things up a little bit with the thinking that with Stottlemyre in that rhythm, he hasn't been able to find the plate.
If that's the case, he's taking one for the club. 1 eye drop or 2, that is. But you wonder if this would help or hurt Stottlemyre. Certainly he's not in a groove right now. But this delay also might give him more time to think about the problems that he is having.
Like a field goal kicker.
Right. With this start tonight, Todd Stottlemyre and his father Mel have made history as the only father and son pitchers to start World Series games. Mel Stottlemyre started 3 games for the Yankees in 1964 against the Cardinals. 1-1, had a no decision in 1 and lost game 7 to Bob Gibson. He went head-to-head 3 times with Gibson. Todd Stottlemyre just threw strike 1. 2-1, the count on Thompson, the 7th batter of the inning. Well, maybe the delay helped. All of a sudden, Stottlemyre has thrown 2 strikes. 2-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded. 3-1 Toronto in the first. In the air to center. Devon White racing back at the wall. Can't get it. Hollins has scored. Dalton is in. Here comes Eisenreich. Thompson is at third and the Phillies lead.
A bases clearing triple for Milt Thompson. Coming into the postseason, Thompson had not had an extra base hit since August 25th. And in postseason, he has doubled, homered, and his biggest hit, a triple. And Devon White appears to be all right, as that right ankle appears to be stuck in that padding in center field. And then coming down, his right foot appeared to turn over, but he appears to be all right. And still no activity in the bullpen, and I cannot believe that.
Nor can I. 4 walks, a triple, 8th batter of the inning. Kevin Stocker, he bounced one foul. He went up there swinging at the first pitch despite all of the control troubles of Stottlemyre. So it's 4 runs on 1 hit for Philadelphia, 3 runs on 3 hits for Toronto. And what a first inning this has been. It's the first time in World Series history, in fact, that each team has scored 3 runs or more in the first inning. Lollipop curve missed. 1-1. Still no action. And you saw Al Leiter throw his hands up, perhaps as if to suggest, why isn't there somebody warming up?
I'm ready if you need me.
In many living rooms around Canada right now.
Yeah.
Well, Cito Gaston is known to be very patient with his starters. Sometimes too patient, in the opinion of his critics.
Patience over a 162-game season is a lot different than patience over a 7-game maximum World Series.
The 1-2 pitch. Slapped down to first. Olerud wins the race to the base, and that ends a wild first inning. After 1, the Phillies 4, the Blue Jays 3.
Hold on. I don't just overnight the package.
Yeah, sure. Overnight it. Might as well overnight it.
Overnight this.
Overnight that. Overnight.
Overnight.
Sometimes overnight is overkill. So kick the habit with Priority Mail from the Postal Service. It's not overnight, but it's fast delivery, special handling, and 2 pounds is only $2.90.
Morning. Thanks.
When overnight is overdoing it, remember, we deliver for you. Call and we'll start today.
They say good pitching beats good hitting any day. The Achieva Special Edition by Oldsmobile. Check out this slow curve. How about a backdoor slider? Here comes one all loaded up. Yeah, and here comes the money pitch. It's your call.
There are so many people trying to figure so many ways to rip you off now that it's very hard by yourself to counter all these things.
Citibank called one night at 7 o'clock. Apparently someone had bought 9 tickets to Vegas, gambled, and invited 9 of their best friends.
That's why, having somebody watch your back is good.
Citibank realized that I'd not made those charges, and it got taken care of.
It just makes you feel like you have an ally out there.
Just a few of the many people who rely on the security of not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Put your heart into it. Be tough.
I am not going to pay a lot for this muffler. By George, I think he's got it.
Don't be bullied into paying a lot for a muffler. Now more than ever at Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
Who makes the only TV with a smart sound feature, which ensures your volume will stay at normal levels, even when something like this comes on?
Magnavox. Smart. Very smart.
Yes! No use shouting, old man.
It's a new mystery every Friday night.
Somebody murdered my patient.
And Dick Van Dyke is a crime-solving doctor.
You've been hiding behind that collar.
Diagnosis Murder premieres October 29th.
When Devon White went up on the padding with his right foot, you'll notice that something falls down there. That is, it was not thrown from the stands, but it was one of the things that held the partitions together out there, the little coupler, and it fell off, I guess, a fastener of sorts to fasten those partitions together. And it's one of the grounds crew members took it off the field, but that partition is without a coupler now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
4-3 Philadelphia after 1 inning. Todd Stottlemyre leads off. And Tommy Green level with his opposite number at 1-1. Cito Gaston says his foremost concern about his pitchers when they're at the plate is that they avoid getting hurt. That Gillick, the general manager, talked about a very real possibility that an American League pitcher unaccustomed to batting could get hurt in this situation.
I think that's one of the advantages that the Phillies have tonight. Tommy Green's an excellent hitter, and he is facing Todd Stottlemyre, his first major league at bat.
And Todd has worked the count full. Green walked 2 himself in the first inning. Gave up 3 hits, leading to 3 Toronto runs. And he looks down at the mound as he delivered ball 4. So just after his teammates get him off the hook and hand him the lead, he makes the huge mistake of walking the pitcher leading off the inning.
I mean, if something's wrong with the mound, you get it fixed. I mean, you bring out the ground crew. There's no sense in continuing looking down at it as though it's the mound's fault. I mean, you get it fixed. Is something wrong, or is it not wrong?
There are solutions to the problem.
Right.
If the mound is in a state of disrepair. Right now it's each pitcher's control that is in a state of disrepair. Green has walked 3. Stottlemyre 4. We've played an inning plus 1 batter. With the 6 bases on balls between these two teams in the first inning, that tied a World Series record for most bases on balls in an inning by both clubs. They have to go all the way back to 1926 to find the last time it happened. Ricky Henderson up there with a count of 1-1. He started the 3-run Toronto first with a double to center field. He scored the first of the 3 runs. We have word from the Toronto dugout that Tony Fernandez has gone to the clubhouse. Apparently he still has something in his eye. And they're trying to ease his discomfort. 1-2 now on Henderson. Good change of speeds by Green. Stottlemyre at first, representing the tying run with nobody out in the second. 4-3 Philadelphia. Breaking ball just outside. Green is from Whiteville, North Carolina. We've been saying Lumberton during the postseason because that's the town in which he was born. And he was raised in Whiteville, a few miles from Lumberton.
They didn't have a hospital in Whiteville.
Probably not. The good folks of Whiteville are proud to call Tommy Green their own. And the count is full on Henderson.
Interesting situation here. If you're Cito Gaston, do you send an inexperienced base runner who's your starting pitcher with a count 3-2 and nobody out to Ricky Henderson?
I would doubt it, since he has expressed so much concern in this series about players getting injured. Stottlemyre is not running, and it's fouled out of play to the right.
Well, if that's true, if he's not running and you detect he's not running, there are ways to combat everything in baseball. If you're Jim Fregosi, why not play John Kruk behind Stottlemyre if there's almost no chance of him running? And he certainly wasn't running on that pitch. May not make a difference with a right-hander up there, but with Devon White up there, it could.
Popped up and playable. Kruk fighting the drizzle, made the catch. You will see by the way he is hobbling back into the infield that his lower back is still bothering him. That's the first out of the second. Game one went to Toronto. Roberto Alomar was the star with his defense and a 2-run double. Jim Eisenreich had the big hit of game two, a 3-run homer capping a 5-run Philadelphia third. The Phillies even the series, and then last night Paul Molitor paced the 10-run Toronto attack. Devon White looked at a strike. He walked and scored in the first. Breaking ball and a good block by Dalton. 1-1 on White. Tony Fernandez is now back in the Toronto dugout, seated alongside Ricky Henderson. We're in the top of the second. The Phillies lead 4-3. Good breaking ball. 1-2. White will be followed by Roberto Alomar. And with Devon at the plate, John Kruk has been playing a couple of steps behind Todd Stottlemyre, the runner at first. Green came inside and missed with the fastball. 2-2 on White.
That's what Tommy Green has to do. He has to work both sides of the plate with the fastball. As you can see, that ball clearly inside. But when Tommy Green gets into trouble, he's like most pitchers. He finds the fat part of the plate. Doesn't matter how hard you throw, location is vital in getting hitters out. And working both sides of the plate is the best way to get hitters out.
Another full count. Tommy Green has already thrown 40 pitches. Stottlemyre threw 38 pitches in the first, and that is strike 3. It was a swing and a miss, not a foul tip. Dalton applied the tag for the second out of the inning. First strikeout of the night for Tommy Green.
Looked like the ball was on the inside part of the plate, a cross-seam fastball. And he gets Devon White for the first strikeout of the night for Tommy Green. Looked like White was just over that pitch.
Dalton did apply the tag, but with the runner at first, there was no need. Alomar took the breaking ball low and inside. Roberto made the first out of the first inning. He was out on a fly ball to Milt Thompson, foul ground and left. 4 runs, 1 hit for Philadelphia. 3 runs and 3 hits for Toronto. Neither team has committed an error. 2-0. fastball, 2-1. Saw Cito Gaston and Jim Fregosi. Noted earlier in the series they belong to the same country club in Florida, and they'll have a lot to talk about during the off season.
A lot of 19th hole material.
First inning alone would be a couple hours worth of rehashing. Chopped up the middle, base hit. Stottlemyre around second, and he'll try for third after hesitating. Stalker's relay out at third. He who hesitates is out, and that's the case for Stottlemyre, who may be hurt.
The new Camaro. What else would you expect from the country that invented rock and roll?
For the first time, there's a saw that combines a 12-amp motor, dust collection, and an auto brake. So there's no limit to what you can build. Introducing the Quantum Circular Saw, new from Black & Decker.
Brave athletes challenge the notion that Kellogg's Frosted Flakes are just for kids.
I play for the Mariners, but deep down, I'm a Tiger fan.
Oh, go on. Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great. Save the kid!
I'm dangerous.
Nice shot.
Kill those musketeers.
All for what?
More for me.
I love a good adventure.
The excitement strikes November 12th. The Three Musketeers, rated PG.
You're unbelievable. You're so unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
A thank you message from Major League Baseball.
Get your game cards ready and stay tuned for the Budweiser World Series Classic Play at the end of the 5th inning. You could win $100,000.
You're looking live at Todd Stottlemyre, who is still in the Toronto dugout. He just arrived in the dugout, spending all the commercial time on the field, being tended to. You saw the cut on his chin as a result of this play at third.
This is the most aggressive base running by an inexperienced base runner that you will ever see. The tag was hard. Stottlemyre tried to decoy Lenny Dykstra. It is cut off by Kevin Stocker. The throw is on the money. The tag is hard, but it appeared that he scraped his chin going over the bag.
And he slammed his own chin into the ground even before Hollins put the tag on him.
Yeah,
He
right.
was still chin to the ground after the bag, but it looked like perhaps his inexperience in sliding caused him to scrape his own chin before the tag was even made.
It's interesting that a pitcher is usually used to giving chin music and handing it out instead of receiving it.
Well, he gave it in this instance to himself. Well, the good news is he's going to be okay and will continue on. Bloodied by the Phillies in the first was Todd Stottlemyre, and by his own control trouble. And now that goes back to the point we were making about Cito Gaston, his concern that his pitchers would be hurt while batting or running the bases, and it didn't take long for that to become a reality. Fortunately, in this instance, not a serious injury. This is game 4. There's one game remaining to be played in this series here at the Vet, and it's tomorrow night. 8 o'clock airtime on CBS. That's Eastern time, with the first pitch at 8:12. And then game 6 and 7, if necessary, at Skydome Saturday and Sunday. Von White and Joe Carter waiting as Stottlemyre warms up.
Obviously, it was not a good base running play, but because of Stottlemyre's inexperience, you tend to overlook that. He appeared to just get caught up in the excitement of the moment. Certainly trying to go to third base in that situation is not a good play, but pitchers aren't trained, especially American League pitchers. They rarely even talk about it. Only time they think about it is when they're on the mound and somebody tries to do that against them.
If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot. Toronto scored 3 in the first. Tony Fernandez highlighted the inning with a 2-run single. Paul Molitor's walk with the bases loaded brought the first run in. Then in the bottom of the first, Jim Eisenreich walked with the bases loaded. The 4th walk of the inning thrown by Stottlemyre to make it 3-1. And then with the bases loaded, Milt Thompson ripped a triple off the fence in center to score 3. And it's 4-3 Philadelphia as the Phillies come up in the second with batters 9, 1, and 2. Tommy Green, the pitcher, then Lenny Dykstra and Mariano Duncan. Tim mentioned that Green is a good hitter, and those numbers proved the point. A .222 average and 2 home runs. He drove in 10 during the regular season. Breaking ball for strike 1.
John, I've seen Milt Thompson play in the National League for 7 years, and I don't think I've ever seen him hit a ball as far to center field as he hit that triple.
Green lives up to his advanced billing. The line single into center field. Just the second hit for Philadelphia. And let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, Sean. Pat Stottlemyre has a laceration and an abrasion above just below his chin. He came to third base here and he was dazed. Tommy Craig told us he didn't quite know where he was. They were unable to stop the bleeding during the timeout, so they're going to have to attend to him again during the half inning. Sean?
No bandage on the cut, and you could see Stottlemyre wiping the blood on his jersey. He is still bleeding from that cut. Lenny Dykstra took a strike on the outside corner. He walked, leading off the Philadelphia first, stole second, and scored, and he's none too pleased with the call of Charlie Williams.
He thought it was outside, and you notice he's looking toward the field. That's what players do when they argue with an umpire and try not to show him up.
Well hit down the right field line toward the pole. It is a home run. Case of the Phillies and his chin, Todd Stottlemyre can't do anything to stop the bleeding.
"5 feet fair." Dykstra led the Phillies with home runs against right-handed pitchers this year. He had 17, and belatedly the bullpen is up. It looks like Al Leiter throwing down there, but in my opinion, it's too late.
Still nobody out in the second. 6-3 Philadelphia. Duncan the batter. Mariano looked at a ball low. It's 2-0. It is Al Leiter warming up under the watchful eye of bullpen coach John Sullivan. Center, playable by Devon White. 1 out.
I guess baseball managers have game plans like football coaches, and for some reason it appears that Cito Gaston went away from his game plan of using Leiter immediately to back up Stottlemyre after explaining that to us before the game.
John Kruk, the hitter, he tomahawks one to second. And Roberto Alomar threw him out.
Of course, that's by no means. There's still a lot of baseball left to play, and the Blue Jays are a very explosive offensive team. And if they can get to the Phillies bullpen, they could do more damage. Tommy Green now with a 3-run cushion after staking the Blue Jays to same in the first inning. What a game.
Green has by no means dazzled through the first 2 innings. Hollins walked and scored during the 4-run first. And he looked at ball 1 high. 6-3 Philadelphia in the second. 6 runs, 3 hits for the Phillies, 3 runs, 4 hits for the Blue Jays. That's low and perhaps a little bit inside. The 2-1 pitch is a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base is empty. 2 runs in this inning for Philadelphia on the home run by Lenny Dykstra. It was the second home run in the World Series for Dykstra. The payoff pitch upcoming as Stottlemyre missed inside with the 2-2. And Hollins fouled it away. Stottlemyre was already battling the mayor of Philadelphia before he took the mound tonight. Ed Rendell, the Philadelphia mayor, went to Sky Dome before Game 2 talking to some reporters. He said, "I'd like to bat against Todd Stottlemyre." Rendell saw a home run that Stottlemyre surrendered to Frank Thomas in the ALCS. Said, "I could hit him." Stottlemyre said he'd pay his own way down here to Philadelphia to pitch to him when the World Series was over. Borders catches the pop-up, and that ends the inning. But a 2-run homer by Dykstra gives Philadelphia a 6-3 lead.
Oh, my back hurts and I have a game this afternoon. So I'm taking Advil. I know I'll feel better soon. More doctors recommend Advil by name to relieve backaches than any other brand. And you know, just 1 Advil is as effective relieving pain as 2 regular strength Tylenol. With Advil, there's no reason to let a sore back keep me from swinging. So now I can think about my game instead of my back. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Movie Jam.
I love this place.
It's not a party without the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu.
Don't you have any refreshments around here?
The Value Menu has tasty flame-broiled burgers fixed your way for just 99 cents.
Anything you want.
Almost. Like, can you get with a $1.99 croissant sandwich combo?
No problem.
And a Whopper Value Meal for only $2.99 every day. You know who we're doing it for.
For me.
Check your Burger King Value Menu for their everyday low prices.
We all gonna shoot over to Burger King. Burger King?
Try the new Everyday Value Menu.
Just the jam.
The simpler my life is, the better. I don't need more stuff. I need good stuff. You sure don't need a car that costs as much as my parents' house. I think my car should be an ostentatious display of common sense.
In Bosnia, CBS reported on a family separated by war, their home destroyed.
This is just one image that stuck with me. I just knew that I had to do something.
Touched by our story, David Sager arranged to bring the reunited family to a safe new home in America. The CBS Evening News with Dan Rather and Connie Chung teamed to cover your world.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Chevrolet. See all the new Chevy cars for 1994. Burger King and its everyday value menu. Have it your way. I love this place. Advil, advanced medicine for pain. And by American Airlines, something special in the air.
Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver, Pat O'Brien, and Jim Gray back at Veterans Stadium, where the Phillies have bloodied Todd Stottlemyre for 6 runs, and they lead 6-3. As the Blue Jays bat in the top of the 3rd, Joe Carter leads off. He had an infield hit on a hot smash down to 3rd in the 1st inning, and he scored the 3rd Toronto run. That's a very high pop-up up into the drizzle. And the most significant breeze of the series. Obviously, we didn't have any breeze except for the air conditioning at Sky Dome. It's a much windier evening here tonight than it was last night.
And the rain coming down too, Sean. Often on a routine pop-up, an infielder looks up there and it looks like 1,000 baseballs that are coming down. You just hope you catch the right one.
Flags would indicate that the breeze is blowing in, but in this circular stadium, sometimes the flags are deceiving. John Olerud, the batter. And he looked at ball 1 low. He popped out to the first baseman Kruk his first time up. It's a little bit on the cool side as well here tonight. That young fan came well prepared. Ball 2, 2-1. And Al Leiter is still throwing. Stottlemyre would be the 6th batter of the inning. At the knee, strike 2, 2-2. Throughout his career, Todd Stottlemyre has had to deal with adversity. He's been labeled by many an underachiever because he has considerable talent. He's a hard thrower. Good movement on his pitches. When he is on top of his game, he can be dominating. Todd says no matter what people say about him and no matter how tough the times are, he has learned to handle the situation because of some tragic circumstances earlier in his life. When he was 15 years old, his 11-year-old brother Jason died after a 4-year battle with leukemia. And Todd Stottlemyre says, every time I go between the lines, I know Jason is watching. During the battle, Todd Stottlemyre was the person who donated his bone marrow to help Jason along. They were extremely close. Paul Molitor is the hitter with Olerud at first and 1 out. Well, 1-0 to Molitor. Rare swing at a bad ball by Paul, and it's 1-1. Green has issued 4 walks now, at least 1 in every inning. Chopped foul. 1-2.
I think with Olerud at first base, it's another time to play John Kruk behind the runner. Molitor hits the ball the other way. He uses all parts of the field in which to hit. Olerud did not attempt a stolen base all year.
He is extremely slow. As a matter of fact, John said during the regular season that's the biggest reason why he thought it would not be possible for him to hit 400. That you need to get infield hits and leg hits, and he's not capable of doing that with as slow as he is.
I'll tell you, leading the American League in hitting, he certainly earned it. Very few leggers.
There was so much talk last night about Olerud, leading hitter in the league, sitting out. But if Molitor had been the one to sit out tonight, it would have been the second leading hitter in the league who had to go to the bench. He does go to the right side, and it's in for a hit. Eisenreich, a good play to stop it on the wet turf. and he'll hold Molitor to a long single. Olerud to third on the play. So here come the Jays right back at the Phils with first and third and one out.
Molitor going to right field. A fine play by Jim Eisenreich to cut this ball off on the wet turf and to position himself to make a good throw to second base and hold Molitor to a single.
So once again, the Blue Jays will bring the tying run to the plate. Tony Fernandez, who singled to right to drive in 2 in the first. He has 5 hits in the series and 6 runs batted in. He and Jim Eisenreich are the series leaders in runs batted in with 6 apiece. Tommy Green's first pitch to Fernandez, up and away.
If both teams go to the bullpen, the obvious advantage would go to the Blue Jays. The Phillies early and middle relief have been a very, very big problem with them all season long. That's why it's very important for the Phillies and Jim Fregosi to get a lot of mileage out of Tommy Green this evening.
Green has already thrown 60 pitches. And he's only 1 out into the third. Green is 26 years old. Big fella at 6'5", 219 pounds. Started his career in the Atlanta organization. Was out of options, so they put him in the trade to Philadelphia, along with Dale Murphy. Jeff Parrott, Jim Batcher, and Victor Rosario went to the Braves in August of 1990. The 1-1 to Fernandez is a strike, 1-2.
That pitch was nicely framed by Darren Dalton. If you're a catcher and you get a backdoor slider, the one thing you want to do is hold the glove there when you make the catch. See how Dalton just holds it and gives Williams a chance to make the call. That ball right on the corner.
Perhaps Dalton was set up just outside that time. 2-2.
When the pitcher is that much ahead of the batter, a catcher will set up a little bit off the plate and hope to get the ball about 2 or 3 inches off the plate, and that's where that ball was. Just wide.
So level the count at 2-2. Waters is on deck, and then Stottlemyre is scheduled. And the count is full.
I think you'll see Molitor running here, even though the Blue Jays are down 3-2. By sending the runner on a ground ball hit to the middle infielders, you do prevent the double play.
Fernandez is a very tough man to strike out. He only whiffed 26 times and 353 at-bats after joining Toronto from the Mets. So Molitor does run, and Fernandez lobs one to right. It falls for a hit. Olerud is in, Molitor to third, and the Blue Jays are within 2. It's 6-4. Tony Fernandez with his 3rd RBI of the night.
Molitor running, and it was a slider to Fernandez. And he pops it into right field. He is now 6 for 10 on the series with 7 RBIs.
And here comes Johnny Padres, the pitching coach, to the mound. There is action. In the Philadelphia bullpen, it's right-hander Roger Mason. Of course, Fregosi had to dip into his bullpen early last night. Used Ben Rivera and Bobby Thigpen for more than an inning. Larry Anderson came in to finish off. Fregosi said it's possible we'll see David West earlier than his usual role in the 7th or 8th inning tonight because of the depleted bullpen.
You get the feeling that both teams are going into double figures tonight in runs scored?
I think so.
We might have one of those 12-10 deals.
Last walk wins the way this one has gone. Borders the batter. He is the go-ahead run at the plate. The tying run is at first. And still only one out in the 3rd. Todd Stottlemyre is standing in the on-deck circle. But there is action in the Toronto bullpen. Al Leiter again. That indicates that at the very least Cito Gaston is thinking very seriously about batting with Stottlemyre. And why wouldn't he be? Stottlemyre has struggled mightily to this point. Base hit. And it's a one-run game. Borders a single to left. Molitor in from 3rd. It's 6-5. First RBI of the World Series for last year's World Series MVP, Pat Borders.
Hanging breaking ball to Borders. Holland's way off the line at 3rd base, but Borders finds a hole. All 3 singles, Molitor, Fernandez, and Borders have been hit very, very hard, and that might be all for Tommy Green, and I think it will be.
It will be, and it will be all for Todd Stottlemyre as well, as he has been pulled back for a pinch hitter. Rob Butler was introduced as the hitter, and Roger Mason will be summoned by Jim Fregosi. With the score, the Phillies 6 and the Blue Jays 5 will return to Philadelphia right after this.
In just over a half hour, your family will disappear out the door. What do you fix for dinner?
Well, if you're ready to go when I am.
It's quick. It's easy.
Oh, I invited Bobby over.
It's beef.
Hey, Bobby, pull up a chair.
It's what's for dinner.
Introducing the Quantum Random Orbit Sander. It works 4 times faster than a finishing sander with swirl-free results. So now you can tackle any project from start to finish. The new Quantum line from Black & Decker.
Brave athletes challenge the notion that Kellogg's Frosted Flakes are just for kids.
I play for the Mariners, but deep down, I'm a Tiger fan.
Oh, go on. Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great.
Okay, it's fixed. You sure? Looks a little strange. Oh, I've done this before. Watch.
Just when you really need it. It's Service Stars Super Savings Days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Service Stars Super Savings Days. Some of us need it bad, real bad. A Black & Decker cordless screwdriver or finishing sander, only $29.99. A 48-inch shop light, just $8.99 at Service Star.
Smith Barney Shearson, where we stand on the stock market. With stock prices near an all-time high, many analysts consider the market overvalued. We are not among them. We believe the market will go even higher, and we've identified companies we think will lead the way. Companies you may not expect. Talk with us. Smith Barney Shearson. We make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it.
Philadelphia leads 6-5, and even though we're only in the top of the 3rd inning, this World Series is already the 2nd highest scoring World Series through the first 4 games. Only the Cubs and Yankees scored more runs in the first 4 games in 1932 than the first 4 games of this series. And of course, there's a long way to go tonight. These 2 teams, at the rate they're going, will shatter that mark, needing only 9 runs between the 2 of them to tie the rest of the way. Interesting that both Tommy Green and Todd Stottlemyre departed at the same moment. Green for a new pitcher, Stottlemyre for a pinch hitter. Here's Roger Mason making his 3rd appearance.
Roger Mason has worked 13 innings in postseason play and given up only 1 run. He gave it up in game 2 against the Blue Jays. This is his 3rd appearance of the series.
And native Canadian Rob Butler is up for the first time ever in the World Series. He's a rookie in 1993. And he's a Toronto native. He's the 6th Canadian-born player to wear the Blue Jays Major League uniform. The others, Dave McKay, Paul Hodgson, Rob Ducey, Denny Boucher, and Vince Horsman. Out of play, 0-2, the count on Butler.
They talk about the Phillies being a throwback. A lot of their players throwbacks. Well, Robbie Butler certainly a throwback. He looks like he could have been a player in the 20s with his socks up that high. It's fashionable now in Major League Baseball to wear your pants almost like pajama pants with elastic on the bottom.
I think George Hendrick was the first to go to the pair of slacks. The fashion statement that has been copied many times since. But you've seen the pants worn much higher on several players lately. Jim Thome, another young player for Cleveland, who has the socks all the way up to the knee. Low 1-2. He tied him up. It's Weekly to first on a hop. Kruk to Stalker, and that's all they'll get. They erased Borders. The play goes 3-6. And now the tying run in the person of Fernandez is at 3rd with 2 outs. Butler safe on the fielder's choice.
When a ball isn't hit hard to the right side of the infield with runners on at 1st and 2nd, the shortstop realizes he can't get the double play. But look at the fake throw by Stalker and then look to 3rd. Perhaps allowing Fernandez to round the bag too far and then to throw behind him. That's a young shortstop with an experienced play. And that's what Jim Fregosi talks about when he talks about Kevin Stalker. And even though he had only 70 games this season, he is a guy that you'd think had been around for 10 years.
Ricky Henderson looked at ball 1. He doubled and scored in the 1st. Fouled out to the first baseman Kruk in the 2nd. (2-0) now on Henderson. Top 7 hitters. How about those batting averages in this series for Toronto? Marky Anderson, Johnny Oates, and other American League managers have said many times you can't expect to go through that part of the batting order without being damaged. It's more or less been the case for the Phillies in this series. Tying run at 3rd, go ahead run at 1st, and a count of 3-0 on Henderson.
Thing about the first 6 players in the Blue Jays lineup, there are no soft spots. You can't pitch around any hitter. And now you have production out of Tony Fernandez. Pat Borders drove in a run in this inning.
And that's ball 4. Loads the bases and puts the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Phillies, on the other hand, are a tough lineup, leading the National League in runs scored with 877. But you can left and right the lineup. They have 3 regular players who are left-handed hitters, 2 platoon players in the lineup tonight, left-handed hitters, Jim Eisenreich and Milt Thompson. So you can make the Phillies make some moves, but not the Blue Jays.
Devon White, the 8th batter of the inning. Jays have scored twice here in the 3rd to cut the Philadelphia lead to 1. Mentioned Rob Butler, native Canadian. He's the first Canadian on a World Series roster since Reggie Cleveland of the Red Sox back in 1975. Rob's a Toronto native. His family is from Butlerville, Newfoundland.
Named a town after him.
His ancestors settled the town. Everybody in the town was named Butler. That's why they did it. Base hit. Butler will have a chance to score the go-ahead run, and he will as the throw goes to second. A 2-run single for Devon White. And the Blue Jays reclaim the lead at 7-6. First hit of the night for White. He's hit in every game in this series, and he's now driven in 5 runs.
He and Lenny Dykstra are the only 2 players who have hit in every game in the series. And the hits keep right on coming. You feel like a disc jockey up here, don't you? Spinning them out.
Those runs charged to green. The run scored by Borders charged to green. The run scored by Butler. The go-ahead run is also charged to green. So he is the pitcher of record. 7 runs on 8 hits for Toronto, 6 runs and 3 hits for Philadelphia. And the Jays have batted around here in the 3rd. Robbie Alomar, the 9th batter of the inning. He singled to center last inning. That was the inning-ending play as Stottlemyre was thrown out at 3rd, trying to go from 1st to 3rd on the single by Alomar. Rob Butler told the story about when he was young. His dad Frank took him back to Butlerville, Newfoundland. He went to a softball game. Said every player on the field had the name Butler on his back. About 200 families live in Butlerville, Newfoundland. What a thrill for Rob. In his first World Series game, he scores the go-ahead run. Alomar took strike 2 at the knees. If you're just joining us, this game has been played in a light drizzle throughout. It rained almost all day here in Philadelphia. First and second with 2 outs. 3rd inning, 7-6 Toronto. The runners go, and it's a double steal for Henderson and White. Both with outstanding speed, and they were able to steal and move up without a throw.
There was no play on Ricky Henderson. There was, however, a play on Devon White. Watch how he delays to make sure Henderson runs before he runs. The trail runner must be sure that the runner at second base isn't faking going to 3rd. He's got to be sure he makes it. So a double steal against Roger Mason.
And 2 more men in scoring position. And those 2 runners are the responsibility of Mason. Green's line complete, 2 innings and a 3rd. And he allowed 7 runs, all earned.
You might think about walking Alomar in this situation if the count weren't 2-2. But I think Mason's going to try to get him to go after a ball in the dirt. The problem with that thinking is Henderson's on 3rd. Wild pitch, he scores.
The 2-2. Probably not where Mason meant to leave that breaking ball up high. And the count is full. Green 2 1/3. 7 runs all earned on 7 hits. He walked 4 and struck out 1. Relieved by 35-year-old veteran Roger Mason. Popped up and out of play. Game 5 tomorrow night. Airtime 8 Eastern on CBS. The first pitch at 8:12. Juan Guzman and Kurt Schilling in a rematch of Game 1 will be the Game 5 starters. Another 3-2 pitch. He struck him out. We'll return to Veterans Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
What would you do
move, don't make a sound. Just give me the keys.
How would you react?
Where's your wallet? It's in my briefcase. Get it.
Would you do the unthinkable?
Put down the knife.
Experience TV's most shocking hour. Experience Emmy's best drama. The season premiere of Picket Fences in 2 days.
John Ritter and Marky Post are moving back home.
I thought everyone around here was supposed to be happy.
They were when I left. Maybe you should leave again. Hearts of Fire returns next Wednesday. This is CBS.
In Spectrum 2 on Thin Ice.
On the Channel 10 News after the game.
Ben Franklin, please. It's his agent. Benji, baby. Of course I got your message. I can't afford to miss messages, especially yours. You're my #1 client, Ben. George, sit. Yeah, that's why I have answer call here at the house, Ben. Yeah, I get my messages through the phone. It even takes them while I'm on the phone. You should get answer call, too. Trust me, Ben. Who got your picture on the $100 bill? George, love you.
Call 1-800-426-2017 and save on the service connection.
U.S. Healthcare. Sometimes the best medicine of all is a good laugh.
With these in my ears, I can't hear. Look, here, try it yourself now. See that? Can you hear anything? What? Can you hear me? Huh? You can't hear anything, can you? How can I hear if you're going to put these in my ears like that? I mean, after all, I can't hear if you got them on my ears. Huh?
Oh, hold me closer. Closer. Closer.
I hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
This gift is from Jackie. Oh, golly, oh, shucks. I hope that you like it. It costs $40.
All other husbands have their wives behind them. Napoleon had Josephine behind him. George Washington had Martha behind him. Mark Antony had Cleopatra behind him. What have I got behind me? Don't you dare!
U.S. Healthcare. A health plan for living.
Prior to the game tonight, the ceremonial first pitch was thrown out by former Phillies great Steve Carlton. And the only thing missing was his former battery mate, Tim McCarver. I asked the two gentlemen during the break between innings how long they played together, and Steve Carlton said too long.
Timmy was there in spirit tonight.
I told you to throw the ball up in the booth.
Oh,
I had
didn't
my
make it
ready.
I didn't make it to the catcher, you know.
Now, is that at all a nerve-wracking experience to go out on the field and throw out a ball before the World Series game?
That's a lot of fun, you know. Even the game, I got over the nervous part of it, you know, and turned it into more of a science. And I eliminated the hitter and went to just playing that advanced game of catch, which is, I think, is more of an elevated way to pitch.
Now, obviously, this has not been a pitcher's night tonight. What's your read on the way this game has gone so far?
You know, watching Tommy Green, he came out. I think he might have been a little nervous. It's cool out there, but not enough to make him stiff. You know, you could see he was cutting his pitches off a little short. He wasn't like striding out and really riding the ball out. Just he like cut it off back here. And you see when he throws the ball doesn't really tail like that. See by the way the ball's tailing, he was cutting it off. He was choking a little bit. Just a little tense. Takes time, you know.
Indeed it does. The new pitcher is Al Leiter, who was so impressive in game 1 in picking up the win in relief of Juan Guzman. Darren Dalton, the leadoff batter, and the count is 1-1. Joined by Steve Carlton, one of 4 Phillies who has had his uniform number retired. And I'm sure the folks around the country would be interested to know what you're spending your time with these days.
Well, thank God it's not in baseball. I can't take any games like this. It's making me nervous. I'm out in Colorado, retired, and you know, doing the horses and the chickens and stuff like that. Plant a lot of fruit trees and ski and motorcycle ride. But I don't miss the game. I love the game. I don't miss it. It's nice to be away from it after so many years.
You're living the life of a country squire, then.
A gentleman's farm, yes. I don't have a top hat, but I do have a cowboy hat. It is fun. I love skiing. It's the most fun I've ever had.
Darren Dalton strikes out. He's had more fun in the past.
These guys got to get it back on track.
329 career wins, 4 Cy Young Awards, over 4,000 strikeouts. Among it all, can you pick out a memory that looms above all the others from your career?
All postseason play is a great deal of fun. You know, the media hype, just like it is here. You know, and I think 19 strikeouts. 1972 was a great year. You know, to do so much with the club that we had. They played tremendous behind me, and we just had a super season 1972. You know, the Cy Youngs are fun. I think postseason, because of all the attention, is the greatest fun.
Tony Fernandez on the move throughout Eisenreich for the second out of the inning.
You mentioned the 19 strikeouts. That was in a 4-3 loss to the New York Mets in 1969. The first pitcher ever to strike out 19 hitters in a game. That's your biggest thrill, you think, singularly?
Yeah, it was quite an interesting night because I was contemplating not going to the stadium that evening because I was sort of sick at home. I didn't, you know, like feverish and, you know, that kind of stuff. And I told Bev. Bev didn't come to the game that night. She's always there, you know. When
Bev,
I
your wife.
She did not. Yeah, Bev, and she did not make it that night because she felt that I would just go there and, you know, not end up pitching. But when I went to warm up, you know, I must have been so loose or something like that. It was incredible. The ball just kind of jumped out of my hand. I never threw so hard. Had such a big breaking ball, such a fast, late breaking slider. Just a tremendous night. We had an hour and 20-minute rain delay and came back and was throwing even better. So awesome night.
I remember you telling me that story that you were looking at your hand, wondering, how can I throw that hard? That the ball was jumping out of your hand, and you're looking at your hand and your forearm, saying, what's going on here?
It was like magic. You know, you just go to throw, and usually it takes you, you know, maybe 5 minutes to kind of get loose. So the first pitch I threw, just like, it was the hardest I was going to throw. You know, just like fired out of my hand. It was like it was a mystery. What a night. You know, just to throw the ball that hard. Now I know how Nolan Ryan feels. You know, his whole career.
At one time, you were ahead of Nolan Ryan in strikeouts.
Yeah, we went one-on-one there for a while, but Nolan had me in age and he had me in velocity and a lot of things that I knew he was going to outlast me, and he went on to, you know, strike out almost. It was approaching 6,000 guys. So he's way ahead of me, 1,600 strikeouts, and I don't think that'll ever be broken. Tremendous arm. Tribute. Great athlete.
Full count on Thompson. The triple, driving 3 runs in the first. Broken bat to Roberto Alomar, and he throws him out. Steve, thanks so much for the visit. Congratulations on the honor of throwing out the ball tonight.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. Thank you.
After 3, 7-6 Toronto.
We thought we'd been everywhere, seen everything. We were wrong.
We're back to the bone. We're back to the bone.
These guys were weird, and we liked it. Later, they took us to the Tower of Bud. Brother, tomorrow we ride again.
I don't say this to many people, but the job we do is the most important job I can think of.
Okay, guys, listen up.
I mean, there's no such thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Even the most junior mechanic can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's a hint of a problem. You might think a job like this would become routine, but every now and then, I just take a walk through the terminal, and right there, you see what's important.
My life isn't about throwing money around. It's about hanging on to it. It's not about owning a $40,000 car. It's about owning a good car. It's not how much something costs that matters to me. It's how well it works. Look, don't tell me what I want. Show me you've got what I need.
It's Red Lobster's Big Combo. 4 great tastes, just $8.99. Or our Bigger Combo. 5 delicious seafoods. Or our Biggest Combo. 6 tempting tastes. Big, bigger, biggest combo starting at $8.99 only at Red Lobster.
The Cop.
Police emergency. I need a vehicle. All right, pull it over.
Fatal Instinct. A killer comedy. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, October 29th.
This game summary is sponsored by the American Express card.
And where do we begin to summarize this one? The Blue Jays got 3 runs in the top of the first, 4 more in the third. The Phillies got 4 in the bottom of the first to take a 4-3 lead after 1. Lenny Dykstra with a 2-run homer in the second to make it 6-3. For the Blue Jays got those 4 runs in the third. Then what do you know, a 1-2-3 inning by Al Leiter in the bottom of the third, so it's still 7-6 Toronto. And Joe Carter is the leadoff hitter in the fourth. He started the third harmlessly enough by popping out to the second baseman. It was the last out recorded by Tommy Green. Fly ball, shallow center. Stalker out to make the play. At the conclusion of tonight's game, Tim and I will select the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the game. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 and the player's name to the Special Olympics. With the early departures of Green and Stottlemyre, this is the first time since Game 1 of the 1966 World Series that each starter was knocked out within the first 3 innings. That was a series between the Dodgers and Orioles. Dave McNally lasted only 2 1/3 innings in Game 1 of the '66 series, and Don Drysdale went 2 innings.
Frank Robinson, the winner of the Triple Crown that year for Baltimore. And with John Olerud hitting, John Olerud, if the Blue Jays win the series, will be the first time that a batting champion has played on a World Series winner since Frank Robinson back in 1966.
Into the hands and a loop to Hollins, who stepped in front of Stalker. So Olerud is 0 for 2 now with the walk and the run scored last inning. He started the 4-run rally with the 1-out walk. He scored the first of the runs. Paul Mahler to the batter. He walked with the bases loaded. And singled and scored in the third. Popped up along the right field line. Eisenreich makes the catch. And that ends the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Roger Mason.
Examine this carefully before you buy your next car. Not just because it has standard dual airbags and starts at under $11,000, but because this is the new Geo Prism, and 98% of the people who bought a Prism would recommend Prism to a friend. So before you buy your next car, foreign or domestic, call 1-800-GET-TO-KNOW and get to know Geo Prism. Your friends would.
Broncos, Cherokees, Pathfinders, any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
When I decided to fix my porch myself, I couldn't quite believe it. So, who comes to the rescue? Well, handy he's not. And since when did you get all this energy? Ever since you got me started on breakfast with grape nuts. It's like you said, this box is full of great mornings.
Look, it's right here.
Fat-free, natural energy source. I said try it a few mornings. And I did. And it does help keep me going. You know, Dad, I think I have inherited your handiness.
Yeah, I think you inherited my toolkit. That's what he's got.
Post Grape Nut cereal helps keep you going strong all morning long.
At Radio Shack, we've always made the latest technology easy to understand for your family. And now our CD-ROM computers make it easy to bring entire libraries to life. Experience the power of Tandy multimedia computers. Only at Radio Shack.
The Saints were undefeated until last Sunday when...
Hello, Pittsburgh.
Now they have to regroup against the Falcons.
Whoop, there it is. Sunday on CBS.
We're big fans.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. I'm joined by a man who is synonymous with the World Series, the only man to be the MVP in both leagues, Frank Robinson. And Frank, how do you begin to analyze this game?
Well, you don't. The only thing I can understand is why is it so difficult to throw strikes? I just don't understand that.
Frank, would you like the general manager? You are now an assistant general manager for the Baltimore Orioles. Would you like the general manager manage once again?
Well, the idea right now for me, Joel, is to be a general manager one day. I would not rule out being a manager again, but it'd have to be a very special situation.
Would that situation occur in Baltimore possibly? Would you like to go back to the Orioles?
Not as a manager, no. My ambition is to be a general manager, and I say it'd have to be a very special case to become a manager again. My ambition is one day be a general manager.
We hope you obtain it. Let's go back upstairs to Sean.
Thank you, Jim. First batter of the inning, Kevin Stocker out on the pop-up to Tony Fernandez at short. And all of a sudden, 7 Phillies in a row have been retired by Toronto pitching. Stottlemyre retired the last 3 he faced. And Al Leiter's entered the ball game and set down 4 in a row. We're in the 4th inning, and the Blue Jays lead 7-6. Roger Mason will bat for himself. And he looked at strike 1.
And Cito Gaston has achieved in the early going what he wanted to achieve with Al Leiter. He had Al Leiter pitch against Jim Eisenreich and Milt Thompson, 2 left-handed batters. And the reason that Jim Fregosi left them in, it's really too early to take them out, especially with nobody on base. So Fregosi will save the right-handed hitters in Cavilla and West Chamberlain. I ducked too, by the way.
Yeah, that looked like it was coming right into the living room of everybody watching.
What about 3-dimension? That 3D, it would have really looked like it was coming right at us. But that's the reason that Fregosi is saving his right-handed batters.
Mason hit it pretty sharply, but right at the center fielder White for the 2nd out.
So the thing is, Gaston has got Fregosi right now any way you look at it. If he leaves the left-handers in, then he's got Leiter pitching to him. And then if he brings the right-handers in, that sets it up for later on for a guy like Danny Cox or Dwayne Ward or one of the right-handers in the bullpen.
Mike Timlin.
Yeah. Yeah, Timlin more than Cox tonight, since Cox worked a lengthy inning and a half last night.
2 outs, bases empty. After an unprecedented start offensively, this game has started to settle down. Lenny Dykstra walked, stole second, and scored in the first, hit a 2-run homer to right field in the 2nd. Leiter missed outside, 1-1. Leiter says he doesn't throw as hard as he did when he first came up to the major leagues at age 20 with the Yankees. He used to throw in the mid and high 90s then, but the last fastball to Dykstra clocked at 92 down below.
Yeah, but see, Leiter features the stuff that can get left-handed hitters out the best, and that's hard stuff. Left-handed hitters hit soft curveballs and mediocre sliders against left-handers better than the hard stuff. So Leiter has that appearance of really jumping at left-handed hitters, and that's why he's so tough.
Al's dealing with hard stuff off the field as well. He's taking correspondence courses during the World Series from Penn State University. Dykstra to right field and well hit. Carter at the wall. It's off the wall. Backed up by White. Dykstra has a double. And he just missed by a couple of feet his 2nd home run of the night that would have tied up the ball game.
He had a 2-run homer against Todd Stottlemyre his last time up. That gave the Phillies a 6-3 lead, and he's trying to tie it right here. By about 3 feet. Joe Carter back, realizing that Devon White's going to be there to back him up. Looked like Dykstra was kind of in his home run trot. He's only going to go to second base anyway, and he makes it easily.
Tying run in scoring position for Mariano Duncan. Ball one way inside. Duncan, who had 6 hits in the first 3 games, is 0 for 2 tonight. He's flying to right into center. A double by Dykstra, just the 4th Philadelphia hit, his 2nd. Toronto has 7 runs on 8 hits. The Blue Jays leading 7-6. Mentioned Al Leiter's taking correspondence courses during the World Series. His teammates tease him because he be spotted from time to time in the clubhouse reading textbooks. He just finished a course in political science and astronomy, math, and English. Going to have to wait until the season is over. He has about 50 credits toward his degree. Ball 2, low and in.
Dave Stewart, by the way, will be the pitcher in Game 6 if the series goes back to Toronto. And for that to happen, the Phillies will have to win at least one game either tonight or tomorrow night.
The 2-0. Breaking ball, and Duncan couldn't get to it. Al Leiter is hoping that it won't be necessary for the series to return to Toronto for a couple of reasons. The first being, as you noted, Tim, that if it doesn't go back to Toronto, that means the Blue Jays are world champion. The other reason is his cousin Dan is getting married this weekend in Clearwater, Florida, and he'd like to attend the wedding. Duncan was the best Philly in this situation during the regular season. He hit .316 with runners in scoring position. Despite the 6 hits in the first 3 games, he has only 1 RBI. Payoff pitch. Little looper. Could be a problem. It is. Dykstra around to tie the game at 7.
Duncan proves that he led the Phillies with runners in scoring position. But Dykstra. Remember that graphic we had before Game 1? Lenny. Well, it's been Lenny tonight. He has scored 3 times, a 2-run homer, 2 RBIs, a double, a stolen base, and a walk. He's been all over the place.
And now Duncan represents the go-ahead run at first. 7-7 the score in the 4th inning. John Kruk is 0 for 2 tonight. He looked at a ball high. He is struck out and bounced to second. Now 7 for 14 in the World Series. Porter's dropped the pitch. It was up and in, 2-0. Leiter from Toms River, New Jersey. As a young boy, he used to attend games in this stadium, about 55 miles from his home. Paid 50 cents. Come down with youth groups as a child and sit out in the center field bleachers. Kruk to right. Carter makes the catch. And that ends the inning, but the Phillies tie it. And after 4, the score is 7-7.
You've got to attack the courses. You've got to master the machinery. You've got to use all your resources.
It's not really that difficult to earn the name Goodwrench.
All it takes is all you've got.
Goodwrench, raising the standards of performance on the track and in your GM dealership.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps...
Gentlemen, this pink fuzzy bunny is killing us. The future of Supervolt batteries looks bleak. And the latest attempt to develop our own mascot, the Supervolt Weasel, has fallen dreadfully short. To survive, we need to neutralize the Energizer Bunny.
But how?
His battery. We get his battery, no more Energizer Bunny. And I'm in the process of finding individuals who can, how shall I say, assist us. Say goodbye, Mr. Energizer Bunny.
Now you can have the perfect World Series souvenir, the official 1993 World Series video. Highlights of all the spectacular players and plays from the Championship Series and the World Series. To order the 1993 World Series video for $19.95 plus shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-671-2233. That's 1-800-671-2233.
A message from Major League Baseball.
A look back at Game 4 of the 41 World Series.
Here it comes. He swung, fouled the ball, swung at the ball and missed it. The ball gets away from the catcher, and Henrik goes to first. And now let's see whether the umpire is going to decide he fouled it or whether it was a clean strike.
It was a clean strike with 2 outs and nobody on at the top of the 9th inning. The Dodgers were leading 4-3 when catcher Mickey Owen couldn't come up with that 3rd strike pitch. It allowed Tommy Henrik to reach first base and open the doors for the Yankees comeback. They scored 4 runs in the inning, won the game 7-4 to take a 3-1 lead in the series. The pitcher was Hugh Casey. The pitcher here is Roger Mason, now back in a tie ball game. And facing Tony Fernandez, who fouled the first pitch away. Now a ball. Fernandez, an offensive start tonight for Toronto. You can say that about just about everybody. He has 2 singles, 3 runs batted in. He has scored a run. He's 2 for 2.
Every time I see that clip of Mickey Owen reaching into the glove, and everybody talks about how catchers nowadays, because of the new mitts with the split in the mitt, that they've become one-handed catchers. Well, Mickey Owen, had he had a mitt like that, probably makes that catch easier. Should say easily. Bill Dickey told me that until you become a one-handed catcher, you're not a proficient catcher. And I found that to be true. Darren Dalton with the split in the mitt. Catchers use that almost like a first baseman's mitt now, but there are the critics that say that catchers reach for too many balls. They don't get their body in front of it. But if you combine the two, the new mitts and the body in good positioning, then that's the proper defensive setup as Mason gets Fernandez for the first out here in the 5th inning.
First time Fernandez has been retired tonight. It's the 2nd strikeout for Roger Mason, who's now retired 5 in a row. Pat Borders, the hitter. Line foul. And misplayed by the ball girl in left. But it was a tough chance. And it gave Milt Thompson the opportunity to make a friend in the stands. Borders singled and drove in a run in the 3rd. Inning in which the Blue Jays scored 4 times to take a 7-6 lead. The Phillies tied it with a run in the bottom of the 4th.
Blue Jays, in existence since 1977, have been remarkably successful. They finished last the first 6 years, and the last 11 years have finished over 500.
That is far and away the longest active streak of consecutive winning seasons.
1 world championship in 17 years for the Blue Jays. 1 world championship in 110 years for the Phillies.
Ball inside. We could certainly make an argument for the Blue Jays organization as the best in baseball. Pat Gillick and his staff do a tremendous job. They have outstanding prospects in the minor leagues and have had that for many years. They do things in a very first-class manner. Of course, they have a lot of money with which to work, owned by a brewery. They draw over 4 million fans. They have national TV contracts in Canada in addition to the money that they get from the national TV contracts with CBS and ESPN.
But organizations have proven that just to have the money, that's not enough.
That's for sure.
New York Mets lost 103 games this year. The New York Yankees haven't been to postseason play since 1981. The Dodgers haven't seen postseason play since 1988. Wealthy clubs.
Leiter down the left field line. Fair ball. Bouncing into the corner. Retrieved by Thompson. And Al Leiter has a double.
That is only the 5th hit by an American League pitcher since 1979. Tim Stoddard of the Orioles had a hit. And then Mike Moore in the 1989 series had a double as Leiter doubles down the line. And then David Cone last year for the Toronto Blue Jays had 2 hits in 1 game.
In game 2. So Leiter represents the go-ahead run at second base with 2 outs in the 5th inning for Rickey Henderson, who has doubled, popped out, and walked. Ball 1 from Roger Mason. For the most part, since 1976, pitchers on both sides have not been a factor. Tim mentioned only 4 hits for the American League pitchers since then, prior to the hit by Leiter. National League pitchers have only had 9 hits since 1976. A ball and a strike on Henderson.
Easily over the inside corner. Rickey Henderson, we mentioned in game 1, he has that accordion strike zone. He keeps going up and down, much the same as Lenny Dykstra does from the other side of the plate. Very small strike zone.
Rickey was hit on the left elbow by a pitch last night. A solid hit on the elbow, but Cedal Gaston told us before the game tonight. Rickey told him the elbow feels just fine. 7-7 the score. 5th inning. 2 outs. Al Leiter, the runner at second. 2 balls and a strike on Henderson. Past the mound. Duncan shovels out at first. All in one motion. Duncan picked it up with the glove and flipped it to Kruk. And they just did get Rickey Henderson to end the inning.
Terrific play by Mariano Duncan. He didn't need the bare hand, just the glove. Glove to glove.
Long before we ever built the first car here at Saturn, we were looking for ways to be a little friendlier to our planet. We've had some great ideas.
It's a car that runs on vegetables.
No idea is too crazy. All told, last year we reprocessed over 40,000 tons of material.
Take the bumper off of the car and make a skateboard. You can make the broken down glass into marbles.
To have a car that's totally recyclable someday would be a magnificent event. I'd like to be part of that.
You think you're big time?
Pacino.
You're gonna die big time!
De Palma.
Never give up your friends, Dave.
You are the only person that I can trust.
I ain't going back to prison no matter what. If I ever see you here again, you die just like that.
Academy Award winner Al Pacino.
Got a dream, baby.
Carlito's Way. Rated R. Exclusive engagement November 10th. Starts November 12th everywhere.
Love this place! It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu. Your favorite Burger King foods at lower everyday prices, like the delicious Whopper Value Meal for only $2.99. The new Burger King Everyday Value Menu.
Have it your way.
What would you do?
Don't make a sound. Just give me the keys.
How would you react?
Where's your wallet? It's in my briefcase. Get it. Get it.
Would you do the unthinkable?
Put down the knife.
For the first time in 12 years, this drama captured all 3 of Emmy's top honors.
Was he holding a knife?
when you shot him?
Best Actor, Tom Skerritt.
I ask you a question. He was trying to kill me.
Best Actress, Kathy Baker.
You seem to be taking this very personally.
In Emmy's Best Drama Series, the critics call it amazing. A classic.
The defendant is the mayor of the town.
I will not call it self-defense.
Friday, you cannot miss the most shocking season premiere of the year.
I don't think he's a criminal. It's vigilantism.
The people think you're a hero. I looked right into his psychotic eyes, and I pulled the trigger. Experience TV's best hour.
Will the defendant please rise?
Don't miss the explosive season premiere of Picket Fences in 2 nights.
A remarkable play to end the 5th inning by Mariano Duncan to just get Ricky Henderson right there. Ball's in the glove, hand is not on the bag. We talked about the gloves of a catcher. Sometimes the larger gloves for an infielder can be an impediment to making a play like that because the ball gets hung up in the web often. Ricky thought he was safe, but as you could see, he was out.
Tim McClelland of the American League is the first base umpire. So halfway through the ball game, we're tied at 7. And Dave Hollins leads off. He's a switch hitter, a much better hitter right-handed. He get almost 100 points higher from the right side this year. He walked and scored in the first, popped out to the catcher Borders in the second. Now Leiters pitched 2 innings of relief. He's allowed 1 run. A bunt and a good one. Molitor not in time. That was Molitor's first chance on a bounding ball down at third base, and he handled it cleanly, but simply had no chance to get Hollins on a good bunt.
Playing deep, and he does make a nice play on the ball. So even though Molitor did not get the out, possibly that primed him for a play later on in the ball game, as Hollins becomes the first Philly to take advantage of Molitor defensively.
And Hollins has been struggling. That might be what it'll take to get him going.
Sure.
Darren Dalton, another one, mired in a slump. Jim Fregosi hates the word slump. He prefers to use the term mix-ups. The league agreed before the game that Hollins and Dalton are experiencing mix-ups. Breaking ball for a strike, 1-1 on Dalton.
Well, and during the season, it is a mix-up, but in the World Series, in Game 4, it's a slump.
Well hit down the right field line. Carter drifting toward the pole. Home run. Perhaps that's the end of the mix-up for Darren Dalton. A 2-run homer, and the Phillies are back on top 9-7.
How do you get out of a slump? Catch a slider on the sweet part. Dalton, with awesome strength, muscles the ball out and right and gives the Phillies the lead again.
And Eisenreich bunts the other way. A good bunt. Alomar can't make the play. He tried to duplicate the play made by Duncan, but Eisenreich has a bunt hit. So 2 bunt hits in the inning with the home run by Dalton sandwiched in between.
Hollins started the inning with a bunt down the third baseline, and now it's Eisenreich's turn. Way too late. Olerud misses the ball, and Cito Gaston wants to talk to Al Leiter now.
He has given up 3 straight hits here in the inning. 5 of the last 6 Phillies who have batted have had a hit. 2 of the 3 hits in this inning, bunt singles. Eisenreich's hit his first of the night. And the entire infield, with the exception of Fernandez, is involved in the conference of the mound. There is no action in the soaking wet Toronto bullpen. The rain has not dampened the spirits of the 62,000 plus of the vet tonight.
With Milt Thompson here, normally with the pitcher coming up, he'd be the third hitter from Thompson. You wouldn't do that. But David West is up and throwing for the Phillies. Jim Fregosi telling us that he most likely would be the guy up tonight after Roger Mason.
Down the left field line, Milt Thompson has a hit. Eisenreich streaking toward third as Henderson plays it. He's waved around. Eisenreich will score. And the Phillies lead 10-7, a double for Milt Thompson.
Sometimes in a meaningless game, a guy can get an opportunity to play the next night. In the blowout last night, the only time Thompson hit, he hit a home run. That gave him the entree to play tonight, and he's driven in 4 runs with a bases-loaded triple and now a run-scoring double. But were it not for that home run last night, Incaviglia may have been the left fielder this evening. Terrific night for Milt Thompson.
4 straight hits in the inning, the last 3 by left-handed hitters against the lefty Leiter. Stocker, a switch hitter. Bats from the right side. He's 0 for 2 tonight. 0 for 1 against Leiter. He popped out against Al in the 4th. And the first pitch fouled away.
You could see Stocker trying to go to the right side, and the reason for that is Roger Mason is no longer in the game, or won't be, once the pitcher spot comes up, because Ricky Jordan is on the on-deck circle.
Still nobody out. 5th inning, 10-7 Philadelphia. They've taken the lead with a field goal here in the 5th. Oh, 0-2 the count on Stocker. Bear in mind that the man warming up in the bullpen, David West, has never retired a batter in World Series play. Stocker down to third. Nice play by Molitor for the first out of the inning. It was hit sharply. Molitor fielded it, looked the runner back, and made the throw to Olerud, and it was right on the money.
Paul Molitor has played only 3 games at third base in the 90s. He played 112 games there in 1989, but he has such marvelous instincts. Situation where he's a terrific base runner, so he knew the base runner would come over if he didn't look him back. What could be a routine play for a lot of third basemen, it's understandable that it's not for Molitor this evening.
Ricky Jordan batting for Mason. Jordan 2 for 9 with a couple of singles. And West will be the new pitcher when we go to the top of the 6th. The Phillies will have at least a 3-run lead. It is raining very hard now. It was a drizzle all night, is now a very steady and significant rainfall. And umbrellas pop up everywhere. The man charged with stopping the game, he deems it necessary, is Dave Phillips, the crew chief, the third base umpire tonight. Fernandez throws out the pinch hitter Jordan for the 2nd out.
There has never been a rain-shortened official game in World Series play. But it is really coming down here. And once the Phillies record their third out, this game is official. It's actually official right now.
Dykstra, the batter. And he looked at a ball inside. He's been on base all 3 times tonight and has scored 3 times. He walked, stole second, and scored in the first, and a 2-run homer the second. Just missed a home run with a double off the wall and right in the 4th and scored again. And he hits one deep to right. Forget about it. Way out of here. What a night for Lenny Dykstra, his 2nd home run. He's driven in 4. He scored 4 times. And the Phillies lead 12-7.
Awesome. I mean, did he ever get all of this one? And he just missed a home run by 3 feet his last time up. 2 home runs, a double, 4 RBIs, 4 runs scored, and we're in the 5th inning.
So Al Leiter, who was so impressive in relief in gaining the win in Game 1, has been pounded by the Phillies tonight. He gave up 1 run last inning and 5 here in the 5th. And just as Stottlemyre stayed in to absorb a beating, Leiter continues on. Two home runs tonight. 9 for his career in the postseason. And a count of 1-2 on Duncan. You should know that Lenny Dykstra has fewer postseason at-bats than any of the players whose names you saw on that list. It is an official game, and the heavy rain has subsided back to the light, persistent nuisance drizzle. Duncan stings one through the middle. His 2nd hit of the night. And the Phillies have batted around in the 5th inning against Al Leiter. And here comes Cito Gaston. 6 hits in the inning, 5 runs, a runner at first as Leiter departs, to be replaced by Mark Eichhorn. With the score, Philadelphia 12 and Toronto 7. We'll return to Veterans Stadium right after this.
Bob is back. Bob is back. He's back. Friday night, but Jerry Burns and Betty White. Bob is back. Going to CBS.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Share Our Strength does is we get the resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country. We're grateful for American Express card member support in helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
Everybody thinks programming a VCR is so incredibly complicated. Record Channel 3 Sunday, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. What's the problem?
Magnavox, the only VCR with Smart Talk remote. Smart, very smart.
Cellular One has set up state-of-the-art cellular service that reaches clear across America. Beautiful, isn't it?
Really want to pass the test. That test's going to be hard.
Bradshaw's test, we got to study.
Yeah,
really
I'm sure
got
it's
to
going
study
to be
this
some tough
thing.
questions on Terry Bradshaw, yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't look good for us.
All crib sheets and study aids will be confiscated before the exam. That's Sunday on the NFL Today.
This is on tape moments ago. Cito Gaston arguing with the umpires, and that's Mark Eichhorn, who came in from the bullpen, and apparently the wrong pitcher came in. It looked for a while, based on the way Gaston was arguing, that they were going to make Eichhorn stay, but they allowed Cito to send Eichhorn back to the bullpen, and Tony Castillo has been summoned. We didn't even see Castillo down there warming up in the bullpen.
No, nor did we see Cito Gaston touch his left arm. Usually if a left-hander and a right-hander are warming up, a manager will go to the arm that he prefers, and Cito Gaston's argument was that he was going to the left-hander. And now Jim Fregosi is being apprised of those moves, but Eichhorn obviously was not in the game.
And let's go back. Here is Cito Gaston coming out with the hook for Al Leiter, and he did gesture with his left hand, pointed to his left arm, and then pointed to the bullpen with his left. So he did send out the call for Castillo. The wrong man simply ran in. We understand that Jim Fregosi's conversation with the umpires pertains to the bullpen phones not working, and that was part of the problem. Apparently they could not communicate by phone.
Sean, we were kidding earlier about double figures for both teams. I still feel like that is a distinct possibility. A lot of time left for the Blue Jays to get in double figures. But look at the run total in the 4 games. Only the Cubs and the Yankees in 1932 have scored more runs than the first 4 games in this series. And we still have a lot of baseball left. Man, a lot of balls hit hard tonight.
Yes, indeed. We're only in the 5th inning. Tony Castillo warming up. If you're wondering, the record for runs in a single World Series game of any length, extra innings, 9 innings, all encompassing, 22 runs. So we're already at 19 with a long way to go. 22 runs scored by the Yankees and Giants in 1936. Game 2 of the World Series won by the Yankees over the Giants 18-4.
Now, I don't think anybody watching tonight would pick the under.
Let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, the problem which has occurred is Cito Gaston wanted a left-hander to come to the game, but his telephone down to the bullpen was not working. So he came out to the mound and signaled for a left-hander, except for there was no one warming up. So the umpires all convened, and they've decided to give the Toronto Blue Jays just as much time as they need to warm up a left-hander. Let's go back upstairs to Sean.
Yes, and that's why we didn't see a left-hander out there, because there wasn't one warming up. And Tony Castillo will get as much time as he needs because of the malfunction of the bullpen phone. And the way the night has gone for the pitchers, he may never throw a pitch in earnest in this game. He'll probably still be warming up at 2 a.m. Tonight on The Late Show with David Letterman. Isn't that an interesting segue? Dave's guests are Dan Rather, actress Penelope Ann Miller, and the musical group the Gin Blossoms. That's later tonight, probably much later, on The Late Show with David Letterman here on CBS. Now all of the umpires, with the exception of the plate umpire Charlie Williams, are conferring out by the shortstop position. And we have been told that both teams have been issued walkie-talkies that they can use to communicate with the bullpens. Well, what else can happen tonight? 12 runs, 11 hits for Philadelphia, 7 runs, 9 hits for Toronto. We're in the 5th inning. When play resumes, Philadelphia will have Mariano Duncan at first base with 2 outs and John Kruk at the plate. Darren Dalton, a 2-run homer much earlier in this inning off Al Leiter, who worked 2 2/3. Thus far charged with 6 runs, all earned on 8 hits, including 2 home runs in this inning. The other 2-run homer by Dykstra. Leiter didn't walk anybody. He struck out 1.
Let's take a look at the 2 home runs by Lenny Dykstra in the 2nd inning off Todd Stottlemyre, the starter, about 5 feet fair. And most recently off Al Leiter, and I mean he hit that one a ton. And again, he just missed a home run by about 3 feet. So 2 homers, a double, a walk, 4 RBIs, 4 runs scored, and a stolen base. And he's a guy 7 years ago when he came into the major leagues that people used to refer to as a little pepper pot.
That is correct. In fact, it was a man named Howard Cosell who termed him that. We congratulate Howard and Marty Glickman for their recent selection, induction to the American Sportscasters Association Hall of Fame. John Kruk, the batter. Back in our direction, 1 strike. Of course, ordinarily we just go ahead and write it down. Lenny Dykstra is the Chevrolet most valuable player of the game tonight, but not with the way this game is going. There are a lot of others who are competing for that honor. And they've done it all without anything from Kruk. He's 0 for 3. There's the leading hitter in the series coming into tonight. With all this offense on both sides, Kruk does not have a hit. He has struck out, bounced to second, and line to right. Tony Castillo, native of Lara, Venezuela. Missed with a breaking ball.
Talked about Cito Gaston's game plan tonight to start Stottlemyre and then have Leiter as the starter at large. Didn't work out.
No, to this point have each been charged with 6 runs.
Robert E. Lee said ideas are easy to conceive but less easy to execute. And I think that's the case so far tonight for the Blue Jays.
The runner goes, and the ball dropped by Borders. So Duncan has a stolen base, his first of the game and second of the World Series.
People might think, well, with a 5-run lead, is it time to call off the dogs? Not in a game like this. I think you open things up. No lead is safe. Duncan running, and Borders actually thought he caught the ball. He reached in to grab it, but it was trickling behind him.
Now a runner in scoring position, and the count has gone full on Kruk. Duncan takes off on the 3-2 pitch, and Alomar retires Kruk. A long inning for Philadelphia. The Phillies get 5. They had 2 2-run homers by Dykstra and Dalton. 12-7 Philadelphia.
Okay, it's fixed.
You sure? Looks a little strange.
Oh, I've done this before. Watch.
Just when you really need it. It's Service Stars Super Savings Days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Service Stars Super Savings Days. Some of us need it bad, real bad. A secured tulip lock set is only $4.99. Service Star windshield washer fluid, just 69 cents at Service Star.
We have to have a communication system that never fails.
Patty was losing calls. Losing calls to her could possibly mean losing a life.
If the ambulance crews can't talk to the dispatch center, we can't run an ambulance business. If I could bring my monthly costs down, I could afford to budget state-of-the-art telephone system. That's what MCI did.
I had a great sense of responsibility.
MCI backs the product.
You tried to do the good thing.
She sat there and really listened.
Introducing one of the most visually distinct automobiles you've ever seen. If we show it to you now, you'll be so busy looking that you won't be listening, and you won't hear about its precision handling, sophisticated safety systems, and that it's the most technologically advanced Celica Toyota has ever created. Okay, now you can look. The all-new Celica. Watch out, it's coming.
Senior year. For tough headaches, I took Tylenol. But sometimes it didn't get rid of all the pain. Today, I take Advil. For my tough headaches, 2 Advil work better than 2 Tylenol gel caps. I've learned what works better for me. Advil. Advanced medicine for pain.
When the doctor told me to come in right away, I was scared. But this burning pain was real. Was eye relief when my doctor said Mylanta.
For heartburn, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
Get out your game cards. It's time for the Budweiser World Series Classic Play.
Game 4, 1986. Gary Carter hit 2 home runs as the Miracle Mets tied the series with a 6-2 win over Boston.
Carter's 2 home runs. Write it down. You could win $100,000 from Budweiser.
There's bullpen coach John Sullivan of the Blue Jays with the walkie-talkie. The bullpen phones are not operating at the moment. And chances are there isn't anybody out in the bullpen who would want to answer the phone the way this game has gone anyway. There's some relief pitchers hoping those walkie-talkies go on the fritz. Ordinarily, you'd like David West's chances of improving his World Series career ERA because it is infinity. In the 91 World Series and this one combined, he's faced 8 batters without retiring anybody. He pitched in 2 games for Minnesota in 91. And all totaled, he's given up 6 runs in his World Series appearances without recording an out. So his ERA is infinity. But trying to get the monkey off his back, he comes into this setting. 12-7 after 5.
I thought we showed Rescue 911 last night.
Devon White rings one down the line. So West throws 1 pitch, and it's another hit against him in World Series play. Devon White, a bullet of a double along the ground and down the left field line, leading off the 6th.
Well, I mean, this is a low tracer by the drawn-in Dave Hollins. By him before he has a chance to go to his right. By the time he moved to his right, the ball was by him. Check the reaction. Players refer to that as a seed. That was a seed down the left field line.
And Devon White has 2 more hits tonight. 6 for the World Series. The World Series record has allowed the first 9 batters that he has faced in World Series competition to reach. Giants pitcher Hal Schumacher allowed 8 consecutive men to reach safely in the 33 and 36 World Series. And the beat goes on. Here comes White around third to make it 12-8. 2 pitches and 2 hits off West. The second by Roberto Alomar. His 2nd hit of the night, 1st RBI of the night, 5th of the series. And here comes Johnny Padres to speak to West.
So far tonight, it is almost as though the players have been hitting the ball off tees. There have been as hard to hit balls in this 5+ innings as I've seen in a long time.
And that ties the record for most runs combined over the first 4 games of a World Series. Blue Jays and Phillies with 56 runs combined in the first 4 games. Still a long way to go tonight.
One of the strange things about this game, 12-8 in the top of the 6th inning, no errors on a wet field.
Joe Carter, the batter. He had a single in the 1st inning and scored. He's popped out twice since then. There are other pitchers who have an ERA of infinity for their World Series career, but none of them have allowed as many runs as David West. He's now allowed 7. Or check that 6. He had 5 allowed coming into tonight. 2-0 the count on Carter. His first 2 pitches were strikes that were ripped for hits. His next 2 balls to Carter. Olerud on deck. There's a strike. There has been some speculation that lately West is tired. He's unaccustomed to being a relief pitcher. He appeared in 76 games during the regular season. But David disavows that theory. Says, I am not tired. Fatigue has nothing to do with it. Bobby Thigpen warms up.
I think it should be pointed out that if it weren't for David West, the Phillies probably don't reach postseason play.
He was terrific all year long as the
Yes,
left-handed setup man, combining with Larry Anderson with the right side to help Jim Fregosi get to Mitch Williams. Should be an out. And it is. Eisenreich makes the catch. Alomar tagged. And that brings David West's World Series ERA down to 162. He has pitched a third of an inning officially now in World Series competition, over 4 appearances, and has been charged with 6 earned runs. It's a big number, but it's a heck of a lot better than infinity. Now Olerud. (12-8) Philadelphia in the 6th inning. Alomar at first. Olerud to left. Long run for Thompson. He won't get it. Alomar on his way to third. Olerud will stop at first. And all of a sudden the Blue Jays have the tying run in the on-deck circle. And Olerud has his first hit of the night.
A little slicer down the left field line, and Thompson makes a nice play to hold Olerud to a single. At least the double play is still in order. And I think you're going to say that again, tying run in the on-deck circle. I think you will make that comment again before this game's over.
Paul Molitor, the batter. He walked with the bases loaded to collect an RBI in the first. He singled and scored in the third. Fly to right in the fourth. Tony Fernandez. Potential tying run in the on-deck circle. The Blue Jays are now out hitting the Phillies 12-11. Out. Hit him on the knee.
Well, that sounded like it hit bone. You could hear that from up here.
It looked live, and of course tough to tell with a pitch of that velocity as if it hit him right on the knee.
Right on the kneecap, it appeared. Oh boy. Mentioned last night with Ricky Henderson hitting, the ball was a glancing blow that hit Henderson on the left elbow, and this appeared to be a glancing blow that hit Paul Molitor. And he appears to be all right. Those balls that hit you and land about 3 or 4 feet from you are the ones that really hurt. They seem to stick in there a little longer. Paul appears to be all right.
Cito Gaston's concern was that he'd hurt himself in the field, unaccustomed to playing third base. That brings the tying run to the plate with 1 out in the 6th. 12-8 Philadelphia. And Tony Fernandez will be the batter. We're waiting for Molitor to get ready at first base. Fernandez a 2-run single in the first, an RBI single in the third, and a run scored. And he struck out swinging against Mason in the 5th. had reached the end of the line because he had pitched 2 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. Of late, he's been their best middle and long reliever, but Jim Fregosi, already ahead in the game, elected to hit for him for more offense.
And Jim told us that David West would be the 3rd pitcher tonight, following Mason, if Tommy Green got in trouble. You know, there again, Fregosi going back to the season, I mean, he understands that West hadn't retired anybody in World Series play, but he's not going to let that affect his selection. And how can you? Who else are you going to go to, really, when you think about it?
Unless you left Mason in. Of course, we don't know if he was about out of gas after 2 2/3. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Fernandez.
I think what Fregosi was thinking also in a game like this, what you're trying to do is outscore the opposition. You know it's not going to be any one-run affair unless it's 15-14 or a game like that, the way this game's going.
The 1-2 is low. Pat Borders is on deck. It's a big reason why Fernandez has 7 runs batted in. Lead all players in this World Series. West, 29 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee. Has pitched in the organizations of the New York Mets and the Minnesota Twins. His 2-2 is slashed foul. Toronto sent 8 men to the plate in the first inning, 9 men in the 3rd. And Fernandez is the 6th batter of the 6th. And there is still just 1 out. West has given up 3 hits in this inning, and he has hit a batter. Another 2-2 pitch. Chopped over the mound slowly. They won't get 2. They may not get 1. They just barely did it first. Fernandez out. Alomar in. And it's 12-9. And Tony Fernandez has his 4th RBI of the game.
All the Phillies wanted was an out. They'd take the double play. Obviously, the way this game's going, every out is so huge and so tough to come by.
So the Blue Jays have scored twice off David West here in the 6th. And they have 2 more in scoring position with 2 outs and Pat Borders coming up. And Jim Fregosi has had Bobby Thigpen throwing in the bullpen. But West will continue on to pitch to Borders, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. That was in the 3rd. He's the tying run at the plate in a 12-9 game in the 6th inning. And these 2 teams are now 1 run away from the highest scoring game in World Series history. It's Sprague is in the on-deck circle with pitcher Castillo due to bat next. Borders ahead 2-0. To right center. Eisenreich hesitated, then had to pick it back up. He put it away, and that ends the inning. The Blue Jays get 2 and will return to Veterans Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
You know the zip code for Beverly Hills. You've been to a place off a street named Melrose. Starting next Wednesday, there's a new place for LA action.
Having fun, boys?
Head south with LA's wildest detective team.
You know, you're a little overdressed for Compton. So are you, Bubba. Yeah, but I look good.
Glenn Fry and Aries Spears.
Give me a kiss, baby!
South of Sunset premieres next Wednesday.
This is CBS.
Introducing Roy's Reuben.
I used to date a guy named Reuben.
With corned beef, melted Swiss, sauerkraut, and Thousand Island untoasted rye bread, it's a little bit sour, a little bit sweet.
Yeah, that was Reuben.
We serve it up hot.
Yeah, that was Reuben.
But hurry, it'll only stick around a few weeks.
Yeah, that was Reuben.
A one-of-a-kind taste for Rogers.
It's here, the new 94 Plymouth Voyager. Dual airbags, reclining integrated child safety seats. The safest minivan in the world. And with air and automatic, you get all this for just this. Want the safest minivan ever? Come to the minivan store. Only at your neighborly Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Dear Midas customers, now save 25% on brake shoes or pads, guaranteed for as long as you own your car. And we'll fix the brakes on most cars the same day you call. That's the Midas way, the way it should be.
And talk about the way it should be. Right now, Midas will give you 25% off brake shoes or pads. And with your 25% off, you'll also get a free oil change, a free lube, and a free filter. But you better hurry. This offer ends soon.
World Series wall to wall. On the Channel 10 News after the game.
Mike Schmidt threw out the first ball before last night's game. 548 career home runs, 3 times the MVP, and he joins us here in the booth. And on a night like tonight, you must want to grab a bat and go back up there to the plate.
I don't know about that, Sean, but it is a great hitter's ball game. You know, we haven't seen one in a while, at least when both teams are knocking the ball all around. And I don't think we're done yet, Timmy. What do you think? 12-9? I don't think it's going to end that way.
No, we're picking the over, Sean and I.
There are people tuning in.
14-13, you know, 16-14. We've been involved in a few of those.
I'll tell you there are 2 games that I remember. You against the Chicago Cubs.
Right.
You had 4 home runs in April of a 1976 game. And
Great memory.
In that game, we were behind 13-2 with nobody on and 1 out in the 6th inning. Mike hit his first home run off Rick Russell. He hit his 4th home run off Paul Russell to win it for us in the 10th inning. We win 18-16, and the other game was in Chicago when we won 23-22, and the score after 1 was 8-7.
How do you remember these things? Vivid details.
I played in both those
He does
games.
Look at all this stuff right here. He knew I might be on tonight.
That's right. I knew it was going to be this type of game.
Good seeing you guys. You want me to stick around?
Absolutely.
Hey, you need a little help. All right.
We're going to be here a while, Michael.
Dave Hollins rings one to left center. White watches it fly off the wall and a hop. And Hollins on the first pitch of the bottom of the 6th has a double.
Timmy, you described that. I think you're supposed to jump in right there.
This is a tracer to left center, another one. Perhaps the best thing that happened to Dave Hollins was the bunt single in the 5th inning that opened the door to 5 runs scored by the Phillies.
Hey, if I could comment on that, I'm sitting with Robin Roberts. At the time, it was 7-7. This is your cleanup hitter, right?
Right.
Not a bad play if you're 2 or 3 runs down. The cleanup hitter, drop a bunt and get on. But 7-7, and bingo, that started this whole thing off.
Sure did, with Molitor at 3rd, taking advantage of it.
Dalton followed that bunt single last inning. It seems a lot longer ago than that, with a 2-run homer. That got the Phillies off and running toward a 5-run 5th. They lead 12-9 after Toronto got 2 in the 6th. The hits are now even at 12 apiece. That's the first off Castillo. That's sliced to left. And Ricky Henderson in fair territory made the catch. 1 out. And Hollins back to 2nd. We're at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Sellout crowd of 62,000 watching a slugfest in Game 4 of the World Series. Toronto leads 2-1, but in Game 4, Philadelphia has a 12-9 lead. Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver. Pat O'Brien and Jim Gray, and joined in the booth at the moment by Mike Schmidt, one of the 4 Phillies who has had his number retired. Tim Eisenreich been on base twice with a walk and a bunt single. He has scored twice and driven in 1.
Timmy, you probably talked, you know, I go to bed around 10:15 every night. So I miss a little the end of these games occasionally. Have you discussed Eisenreich's health problem that he rebounded from and came back?
Oh, absolutely. We covered that in the first 2 games.
Hollins running on the pitch. Eisenreich fouled it off. Mike is referring to the battle with Tourette syndrome waged by Eisenreich that caused him to leave professional baseball for the better part of 4 years. Eisenreich said he never lost sight of his dream with medication to stabilize his situation. He's back in the big leagues and playing in the World Series.
4 years. Let's see. I retired in '89. This is '93. I think maybe his muscles and bones were a little younger at the time, so I forget it.
No thoughts of coming back.
Yeah, no. Having too much fun, Sean.
The 1-1 is popped up right in the middle of the infield, and Borders makes the catch. And along the main concourse here at the Vet, the Phillies Hall of Fame, and a fan caught eyeing the plaque of Mike Schmidt.
And in a couple of years, it's going to be another Hall of Fame for Mike Schmidt.
And Timmy, isn't next year Steve Carlton's eligibility year?
Lefty will be eligible next year.
I think maybe you and I might have to get a reservation up there. August next.
I think that's a good point.
I know you will.
Oh, absolutely.
You might be doing part of that speech, right? Have you started writing a speech?
No, I haven't.
Thompson off the glove of Alomar, waved around his Hollins, and he will score. (13-9) Philadelphia. And we'll await the scoring. They have scored a hit from Milt Thompson, a smash that was sharply struck, but ordinarily Alomar comes up with that one.
Yeah, he really does. And with a man on second and 2 outs, what an infielder wants to do is knock the ball down and prevent the runner from scoring from second. But on this slick turf, I guess it's more forgivable than under ordinary circumstances.
That's a good point. Milt sure has come up big in the postseason. I mean, the catch in Atlanta that could have turned the postseason around for the Phillies. That catch in itself.
And Jim Fregosi deserves credit for putting him back in the starting lineup tonight. Thompson now is lacking only the home run to hit for the cycle. He's driven in 5 runs tonight with a triple, double, and single.
Well, he had the home run his last time up last night.
That's right. It's the cycle in his last 5 at-bats.
It's pretty strong. Some real strong offensive performances. You know what happens in games like this is everybody's getting off. You know what I mean? All the hitters have hits. They all feel good. There's really not anybody in the game pressing at this moment for a hit. Everybody's getting their knocks and they're getting their punches in, and it's really a hitter's game. It's going to be. It's not over.
That's why the bullpen pitchers broke the telephones out there, so the call can't reach them.
Timmy, you know how easy it is to hit in that 4th at-bat when you already got 3 hits?
Absolutely. Feel comfortable and locked in, and nobody in the world can get you out. And that's how the hitters are feeling right now.
How do you feel if you're Kevin Stocker and you're 0 for 3 the way this game has gone?
Eventually, you're going to get a couple of knocks.
The record has been tied with the 22 runs in this ball game. The tie is not only a World Series record, but a postseason record. Most runs in any postseason game. Game 2 and 36 in this game tonight.
My guess is we're going to go to 30 hits here before the night's over, Sean.
Only 5 away.
This record may never be broken in our lifetime.
25 hits between the two teams. 22 runs. Still no errors. The run in this inning, the first charge to Castillo. In the 6th, 13-9 Phillies, and a ball just outside. It's ball 4. Believe it or not, that's the first walk thrown by Toronto pitchers since Stottlemyre walked 4 in the first inning.
Timmy, do you have any remembrances early when Stottlemyre was pitching of the Bert Hooton game?
I sure did. We talked about it last night, October 7th, 1977, when the Dodgers had scored the 3 runs in the top of the first inning to take a 3-0 lead. And by the third, the crowd had become so rambunctious here at Veterans Stadium that they actually booed Bert Hooton out of the ballpark, and Hooton has admitted that.
That's right. He couldn't come near home plate. I mean, he could come near the strike zone. And Robbins and I were also talking about that. In fact, I was wondering why somebody didn't jump out of the dugout and say, "Scream louder, scream louder."
Yeah, right. Even though that hasn't been the case tonight, I don't think the crowd has really been involved in the performance of the Phillies, other than the bottom of the first inning when the Phillies came back on that hit by Milt Thompson, the bases loaded triple.
Cito Gaston at the mound. Wes Chamberlain has been introduced as a pinch hitter for the pitcher West. And there is no action in the bullpen for Toronto. And they've allowed Gaston a very lengthy discussion. Finally, he heads back to the dugout. So here comes Chamberlain, the 6th batter of the inning.
And oh, if he could get on, what kind of stage would we have set with the guy on deck?
That's right. Lenny Dykstra is on deck. He's already hit 2 home runs tonight. Has driven in 4 and scored 4. But first, Chamberlain with 282 with 12 homers during the regular season, while platooning in right for the most part with Jim Eisenreich. He's up with first and second and 2 outs. 1 run in here in the 6th. Castillo's first pitch, a strike.
Any way you look at it, this young man's got to be pretty nervous. First at bat, might be his first at bat of the series. I'm not sure.
He has appeared briefly prior to tonight, but for the most part has been a spectator because of the right-handed starters thrown by Toronto. And Jim Fregosi says that Chamberlain all season long has accepted his platoon role well. He's only 27 years old. He'd like to play every day, obviously, but part of his process of maturing this year was accepting the platoon situation very well.
The numbers off that Phillies bench are amazing this year. I know you guys have touched on it many times, but it's good to see it's a 25-man game.
And Chamberlain strikes out, ending the inning. Just 1 run for Philadelphia. Mike Schmidt, thanks so much for the visit.
John, a pleasure to be here.
Thanks,
Timmy,
Michael.
thank you. You guys do a wonderful job. Good luck the rest of the way. I'll be watching.
All right.
Critics are calling Rudy an unforgettable real-life Rocky, one of the best movies of the year.
In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself.
Stand up and cheer for Rudy. Rated PG. Now playing in select cities. Starts Friday everywhere.
Time out.
What are you thinking about out here?
I don't know. I just don't think this perm looks natural.
Perm? You think you've got problems? Take a look at these split ends.
Men don't really talk about their hair. They just want it clean. Prel cleans gently without a lot of fancy ingredients. So till guys want more than nice, clean hair.
That's it. I'm bringing in Fisher. He's got those nice highlights.
There's Prel. We're just talking clean.
John Rainwater, 207,258 miles.
William Bailey, 124,708 miles.
For the last few years, over 60,000 Toyota truck owners have shared their 100,000-mile stories with us. 60,000. Judging from that kind of response, it seems when people think of reliability, they picture a Toyota. Got 100, 200, 300,000 miles or more? Call us. Toyota trucks, you just gotta love them.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Budweiser Beechwood Age for a crisp, clean, classic taste. Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. TriStar Pictures' Rudy, now playing in select cities, starts Friday everywhere. And by Compact Computer Corporation.
Through 6 innings, the Phillies lead 13-9. They've out-hit the visitors 13-12. Neither team has made an error. And as we go to the 7th, the new pitcher for Philadelphia is Larry Anderson. He's the 4th Philadelphia hurler of the night.
Larry Anderson, the oldest reliever in the National League, 40 years old. The only pitcher older than Larry, Charlie Huff of the Florida Marlins. He's appeared in 2 games, worked 1 2/3 innings, and he has given up 2 earned runs on 3 hits. It's 13-9 Philadelphia, and a note just handed to us. The Philadelphia Eagles football team has only scored 16 points the last 2 weeks. So if the Phillies score 3 more runs, they'll catch them in points.
Troubles with injuries at quarterback. They might want to consider Lenny Dykstra. He's had no trouble putting points on the board tonight. And how about this? Tony Castillo is batting for himself. There are other options out there in the Toronto bullpen. Timlin, Eichhorn. Although you wonder if Eichhorn's appearance actually counts. He trotted all the way in, then they sent him back.
Well, I would imagine that Cito Gaston, all of a sudden his emphasis has shifted over to getting someone out, figuring that if you can't get him out, it doesn't matter how many runs that are scored. I don't know if I agree with that particular point, but I believe that that's Cito's thinking right now, that Castillo stands a better chance of getting the Phillies out over the next 2 innings. Or 3 innings as far as Cito is concerned. I guess if it goes to 3, it'll be Dwayne Ward in there.
Castillo called out on a 2-2 pitch on the inside corner.
That's the slot that Larry Anderson likes to hit more than any other spot. It's at the hands to left-handers, that slider, and down and away to right-handers.
And perhaps Cito Gaston is thinking, even if you give up for all intents and purposes the first out of the inning, the way this game is going, with only 2 outs with which to work, you might score 4 or 5 runs.
Yep. Certainly reasonable thinking, but usually in the 7th inning you just don't see that when you're trailing by 4.
Ricky Henderson, 1 for 3, a double in the first inning. He's also walked tonight. Larry Anderson spent 9.5 years in the minors before he finally established himself as a major league pitcher. He had brief appearances in the majors over that 9.5 years, but most of that time was spent in the minors. And so that experience made him learn to appreciate every aspect of being a major leaguer. And 2 to count on Henderson. Devon White on deck. Out in the bullpen, Mitch Williams has been doing some stretching. How could a game like this possibly end without Wild Thing entering it at some point? Two and two. $62,731 the paid attendance here tonight at the Vet. We'll be talking about this one for a long time. Henderson called out. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 7th for Larry Anderson.
This slider starts inside and ends up over the middle of the plate, but you could see that tight spin of that slider to Ricky Henderson. The ball's actually right down the middle of the plate, but it started inside and fooled Henderson.
First pitch to White. apparently high. He has singled and doubled and walked. Has scored twice and has driven in one. 13-9 Philadelphia in the 7th. The ball outside, 2-0. At the belt, to strike. Anderson has pitched with Cleveland, Seattle, the Phillies, Houston, Boston, San Diego, and back to the Phillies. A pop-up in foul ground, playable. Hollins puts it away. A 1-2-3 inning for Anderson. 7th inning stretch, 13-9 Philadelphia.
Besides being an educator, Jim Elkins is a collector of antiques and an occasional Montana trout. Having owned a dozen Toyota cars, Jim naturally made the T100 his first Toyota truck. Your typical big truck owner? No. But then the T100 is not your typical truck. Observe the Detroit Free Press. The cabin reminds one of the Toyota Camry in equipment and comfort. The Toyota T100 puts you in a whole new class.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Please, don't pull that on me now.
I'm pressing enter.
You're the computer. You tell me where the file is.
Huh?
Don't just sit there blinking.
Enter. I'm gonna give this to you, but I want it back.
The idea of talking to a computer is certainly not a new one.
Open status report.
Getting a response certainly is. The new Desk Pro with business audio from Compaq.
My wife asked me for a diamond, so naturally I went to True Value, where the guy got me the right brush, roller, all the right stuff. He even kidded me. Paint it and he will come. Will he ever face a big league hitter? Who knows? But judging from the drool on his chin, I'd be waiting on the spitball.
For your free 101 Painting Tips booklet, visit your local participating True Value.
Oh, Mr. Energizer Bunny, out for a stroll.
My matter desolidificator will put an end to your precious little source of power. Your hippity-hoppity days are over.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going and going.
Tonight, Pigman attacks none, escapes in UFO.
Dan Rather drops by.
Hi, I'm Dave Letterman, and I can eat my weight in ballpark nachos.
7th inning stretch, and this raucous crowd of the vet on its feet. Looking forward to the next at bat of Lenny Dykstra, who will lead off the bottom of the 7th. He has already had a huge night, 3 for 3, with a pair of 2-run homers, a double, and a walk. He has scored 4 times. And has stolen a base, and Castillo came up and in with the first pitch.
I think that was predictable. Lenny Dykstra with that great night. Dave Bristol, manager of the Reds, used to say it's a compliment to get knocked down. That means you're doing something. Coupled with the fact that Molitor was hit on the knee. Obviously it was not intentional. You say obviously, you don't think it was intentional. Hit by David West.
Henderson was hit last night. Taking all the way, and it's 2-1. Good breaking ball. It had Dykstra bending out of the way. Dykstra, the first Philly ever with 2 home runs in a World Series game. This is only Philadelphia's 5th trip to the World Series. And the count has gone full. Dykstra, then Duncan and Kruk in the bottom of the 7th. The payoff pitch on the ground. Nice play by Alomar with the backhand. And they retire Dykstra for the first time tonight. Now look back at the 1977 World Series.
There's a fly ball to center field and deep. That's going to be way back, and that's going to be gone. Reggie Jackson has hit his third home run of the game.
And Dykstra might have another chance to hit his third home run of tonight's game. That was game 6 of the 77 series. 3 consecutive home runs by Mr. October off Bert Hooton, Elias Sosa, and Charlie Huff. That really helped earn him the nickname of Mr. October, that memorable performance. Duncan with a foul ball that had the folks in the lower boxes off first, ducking quickly.
It's been done 3 times, 3 home runs in a World Series game. Babe Ruth did it twice, and Reggie Jackson once, and Dykstra with 2 tonight. And a possibility of hitting in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Or the bottom of the 9th, should the Blue Jays come back to tie and take the lead.
It was interesting, the 7th inning stretch here, instead of singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," the fans were singing "Milkman Serenade."
Were they really?
It is so late. No, they weren't.
Oh, I was in the men's room. Sometimes you have to be brutally honest in this job. 3-1 the count. And the game is past the 3-hour mark. Duncan over the head of Castillo. Fernandez safe. And Duncan has his 3rd hit of the night. All of them singles. And that's 3 singles in his last 3 at bats from Mariano.
Castillo tries for it. He can't get it, and by the time Fernandez makes a nice play, the throw's too late. Duncan just beats it.
He's at first with 1 out. There's been so much talk about the length of these games, and they have all been at least 3 hours and 16 minutes, the first 3. John Kruk, the batter. He is 0 for 4 tonight. Phillies have put 13 runs on the board without anything from Kruk. The longest 9-inning World Series game, 3 hours and 48 minutes. That was in 1979. Game between the Orioles and Pirates. This game started at 8:14 Eastern time, so we're at 3 hours and 10 minutes already. 38 minutes short of the record. And still a long way to go.
See Pat Borders looking over at Gene Tennis, who, by the way, was the MVP of the 1972 World Series. Tennis playing with the Oakland Athletics. They played the Cincinnati Reds, and he is flashing signs to Pat Borders. That's not for the pitch, the call of the pitch, but whether Borders should pitch out or not.
Was Tennis, the bench coach who took over and ran the Blue Jays a couple of seasons ago when Cito Gaston was out of commission with back problems. Cito said his back has been much less of a problem this year. It still bothers him from time to time, and a drizzly, damp, raw night like tonight can't help. Nor can the score. Foul and out of play. And the fanatic is back. 37-year-old Dave Raymond inside that costume. Not only does he appear at every Phillies home game, but he makes 200 appearances outside of Veterans Stadium over the course of a year. It's a full-time job for Dave Raymond. And a job he does extraordinarily well. 3-2.
I think a story worth retelling. We told it in the league championship series. David Raymond's mother was hearing impaired, and he credits having to communicate with her throughout his life as helpful in communicating with the crowd here at Veterans Stadium.
Ball 4. Duncan was running with the 3-2 to Kruk. So Kruk is aboard for the first time tonight. That's the second walk thrown by Castillo, the 6th issued by Toronto pitching tonight. Phillies have scored in every inning except the 3rd, and they have 2 men on with 1 out here in the 7th for Dave Holland, who has scored 3 times tonight. He walked and scored in the 1st, had a bunt single and scored in the 5th, doubled and scored last inning. The Phillies lead 13-9 in the 7th. Appeared to slip out of the hand of Castillo. 1-0 on Holland. Even though the Phillies did not score in the 3rd, the Blue Jays did. So there's been at least 1 run scored in every inning between these 2 teams tonight. And Holland steps up with the count 1-1. Borders goes to the mound to speak with Castillo. That's Ed Sprague, who handled the situation tonight with as much class as John Olerud did last night. The Blue Jay players involved in the maneuvering to get Paul Molitor into the lineup deserve a lot of credit. Matter of fact, before the game in the clubhouse tonight, Sprague was going over the scouting reports of the Philadelphia hitters with Paul Molitor, giving him advice on where he should position himself for each of the hitters. Check swing and a ball low. And another ball low, and a count of 3-1 on Holland with Darren Dalton on deck. Bases loaded. Back-to-back walks thrown by Castillo. He has pitched an inning in 2/3. And Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, is on his way to the mound.
The Blue Jays have 2 left-handed pitchers on their roster, and both have thrown a ton of pitches tonight. Both Al Leiter and Tony Castillo. So what that may do is take him out of action tomorrow night, which puts a lot of pressure on Juan Guzman, who'll be the starting pitcher tomorrow night, to go deep into the game against the Phillies. He didn't do that the first time. Matter of fact, he pitched 5+ innings, throwing 120 pitches.
There might be folks just tuning in now who think that these are the winning numbers in tonight's Pennsylvania lottery drawing.
Dow Jones average
throughout. Yes, indeed. That's what it looked like. Started in the very first inning when the Blue Jays got 3 off Tommy Green, and the Phillies answered with 4 off Todd Stottlemyre. It's a 4-run lead for Philadelphia. They have a chance to break it wide open. Darren Dalton Hit a 2-run homer in the 5th. He walked and scored back in the 1st. Voters thought the pitch was a strike. It was not a called strike, nor was it a swing, says Davey Phillips.
It was a slider. It looked like it was off the plate, and Dalton held up. Properly called.
And as that camera has demonstrated many times tonight, Charlie Williams has had a very good night calling the balls and strikes.
Yep.
2-0 the count. Bases full of Phillies. Duncan the runner at third. Kruk at second. And Hollins at first with 1 out. 13-9 Phillies in the 7th inning. Fouled out of play.
Darren Dalton has been up more than any other player in the major leagues this year during the regular season with the bases loaded 29 times.
Well hit to right. If it stays fair, it's gone. It is a foul ball. A low hooking line drive that didn't miss the pole by much.
He got the hook and hooked it.
And Castillo breathed a sigh of relief. Tim mentioned 29 times Dalton batted with the bases loaded. He went 8 for 20 and hit 2 grand slams. 30 of his 105 runs batted in during the regular season came out of bases loaded situations. The 2-2 pulled foul past Mel Roberts in the first base coach's box. The 2-2 breaking ball apparently high, and now the count is full. There is no action in the Toronto bullpen. The payoff to Dalton. Did it hit him, or is it a foul ball? Charlie Williams seemed to be indicating foul ball. Dalton thinks he was hit by the pitch. And now Charlie Williams is saying go to first, and he's waving the runner in, and that's going to bring Cito Gaston out to argue, because Williams threw his hands up in the air as if to indicate it's a foul ball.
Usually when an umpire does that, that means foul ball. There's another way of doing it by brushing one hand over another. That's another way of saying foul ball. But this ball did appear to hit Darren Dalton, or did it? Was that ball, did it hit the knob or the right hand? Look at the knob and how much exposure there is on the knob. Nope, looked like it hit the back of the right hand to me from that angle.
Very tough to tell. Boy, it looked like
from that angle, it looked like a knob. From behind him, it looked like the knob. I think when an umpire is in doubt, the only thing that he can rely on that is usually genuine is the reaction of the player. A player can't think fast enough to act like it hit him. He's got to immediately grab something, and that's what Dalton did. And judging from that, the ball hit him, even though the pictures are inconclusive.
So another run for Philadelphia. 14-9. Eisenreich first ball swinging, and it's a pop-up. Kruk does not tag as Fernandez made the catch in shallow left. And tonight, folks, you have watched the highest scoring game in Major League Baseball postseason history. 23 runs. This is postseason game number 779 in Major League history. And more runs have been scored tonight than in any other game.
I've always said 779 is a charm.
I've heard you say that many times. Milt Thompson fouled it off, rattled the mask of the umpire Charlie Williams. Thompson's had a great night. A 3-run triple in the first to give the Phillies a 4-3 lead. He doubled a drive and a run and scored in the 5th. Had an infield hit to drive in a run in the 6th. 5 runs batted in. The World Series record is 6, and he has a great shot to do it with 2 men in scoring position. Up the middle slowly. Alomar flips to Fernandez. They force Dalton, and that ends the inning. 1 run for the Phillies in the 7th. We go to the 8th, 14-9, Philadelphia.
Toyota proudly presents All-Around Champions. Being part of a pennant race teaches you to play hard. Being part of a family teaches you to have a good heart. Robbie Thompson has been part of both. His strength, compassion, and reassurance have helped youngsters battling their own fight to do so with great dignity. Toyota is pleased to salute all-around champion Robbie Thompson by contributing $1,000 to the National Childhood Cancer Foundation.
No matter how far the journey, the need to make it home is basic, instinctual, undeniable. The 1994 Toyota 4Runner. For the way there, for the way back.
The Gulf of Mexico, where world-class fishermen like Jim come to battle the big boys.
Jim, you got one.
Yeah, hey, this calls for a celebration. How about a cold O'Doul's?
Thanks.
Only 70 calories and non-alcohol. Because out here, you never know what's biting.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without all the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
Definitely not.
Absolutely not.
Negative.
To save pennies per call on your 800 service, would you risk losing sales?
No way.
No.
Not a chance. That's what over 9 out of 10 800 users we surveyed said. Introducing Maximum Advantage from AT&T. Now you can automatically get AT&T's lowest price guaranteed on the most reliable 800 service in the business. Know anyone who can beat that?
No.
Maximum Advantage from AT&T, the best in the business.
This game summary is sponsored by AT&T.
And the top line says it all. Runs, runs, runs. A World Series record 23 runs for these two teams. The Phillies lead 14-9. They've been paced by Milt Thompson and Lenny Dykstra. They've combined to drive in 9. Dykstra has scored 4 times. Thompson has scored once. And we head to the 8th inning. Larry Anderson about to begin his 2nd inning of relief. He worked a 1-2-3-7. Roberto Alomar, Joe Carter, and John Olerud due up in the 8th. Alomar digs in with 2 hits and 4 trips. He singled a drive and a run and scored in the 6th against David West. Roberto's now 8 for 16 in the World Series. Anderson's first pitch of the 8th is strike 1. Like many relief pitchers, he works from the stretch even when there isn't anybody on base. And he's quickly ahead of Alomar 0-2.
That trend started about 8 years ago Just when Bruce Sutter was with the Cardinals about a decade ago, I suppose.
Shot down to third. Hollins just did get Alomar by a half step. This Sunday on the NFL Today, it's Terry Bradshaw's National Football Quiz. You know how many NFL coaches played in the league, or what famous kicker was known as the toe? Tune in Sunday and test your knowledge on the NFL Today, 12:30 Eastern Time. And there's the menu of NFL games that follows NFL Today. Atlanta and New Orleans, Green Bay and Tampa, the early games. Joe Carter, the batter. That's toward the gap in right center, and Eisenreich races over to cut it off. And Carter has his second hit. 2 singles tonight for Joe. He's 2 for 5. Mike Timlin is warming up in the Toronto bullpen.
First baseman John Olerud.
And that's the first hit allowed by Larry Anderson, who's pitched an inning and a third. Now John Olerud.
John Kruk was holding Carter on initially, and Darren Dalton calling the attention to it from the bench. Actually, Darren to the bench, and they relayed that to Kruk. And John moved behind Joe Carter. No sense in holding a runner on. It's a remote chance for Carter to be running 5 runs down here in the 8th inning.
John Olerud says the first time he ever used a wooden bat was as a major leaguer. Through Little League and youth baseball, high school and college ball, he used a metal bat, aluminum bat. And then, of course, when he left Washington State, he went right to the majors without ever playing minor league baseball. His adjustment period to the wooden bat was as a major leaguer. He said that definitely affected him during his rookie year. Dalton out to the mound with the count 3-0. It is 14-9, but bear in mind that Mitch Williams and Kim Batiste have not yet appeared, and Williams is warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. And that's ball 4. Anderson walks Olerud on 4 pitches. So the Blue Jays have only scored 2 runs since the 3rd. That's a very low scoring pace the way this game has gone. Have first and second and 1 out. And here comes Johnny Padres to the mound. He'll need a new pair of shoes when the game is over. And Mitch Williams has been throwing for several minutes now. Dalton joined in the discussion. The batter will be Paul Molitor. His playing third base tonight has not been a factor. He's handled the few chances he has had cleanly. He walked with the bases loaded in the first, singled and scored in the third, flied to right in the fourth, and was hit by a pitch on the knee in the sixth. Davey Phillips, the crew chief and third base umpire, came trotting in from his position toward the Toronto dugout as if to ask Cito Gaston a question, and has returned to his position. Ball 1 low and away. All of a sudden Anderson's control has deserted him. He's thrown 5 straight balls. 6 in a row.
And think of the dilemma that is building for Jim Fregosi. I mean, Mitch Williams, his problem is walking people, and usually he does it the first or second guy in the inning because it takes a period of adjustment for him to get settled on the mound. So it's imperative that Anderson throws strikes and that the Phillies get an out. sure that's what Fregosi is thinking right now. How perilous would it be to bring Mitch Williams in with the bases loaded regardless of the score?
Down to third. Fair ball. Hollins couldn't play it. Here comes Carter around to score. Olerud to third. Molitor to second. And the Blue Jays are in double figures. It's 14-10. Molitor with another hit is second of the night and second RBI of the night. He's driven in 6 in the World Series.
It looked like Dave Hollins going to his right, tried to field this ball on the in-between hop. He thought it was going to bounce up, and it stayed down on him. Watch the glove go up. The ball went down, and Molitor has a double, and that's what Fregosi's going to do. He's going to take Anderson out now, bring Williams in because first base is open, and that gives him a little slack as far as walking guys are concerned.
The Blue Jays again have the tying run in the on-deck circle. Wild things in after this.
Citibank has really given us a new sense of self because we have our own identities.
I have a Citibank Visa card, and it does have my photo on it, so I have one less worry.
And not only that, but you can pick what you like, so it doesn't look like a DMV photo.
I don't know why the other credit cards aren't doing the same thing. We need a photo card. The family members can tell us apart.
Introducing the first credit card with your photo and signature on front from not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
What tire do you trust in the wet? A tire that removes over 2 gallons of water per second from under the tread. The all-season MX-4. Another engineering splash from Michelin.
The eyes of America. That's why Pearl Vision is now offering $50 off on each complete pair of glasses. Pick any frame in the store, add any lenses, then subtract $50. Right now and only at Pearl Vision. Lasers. Satellites. Cellular data networks. What exactly have we launched here? UPS Total Track. The only tracking system that can confirm delivery of your air and designated ground packages coast to coast in seconds.
Package was signed for at 9:26 this morning by Mr.
The arms race may be over, but the package race is just heating up.
Pretty easy to see who my daughter takes after.
I've got her funny laugh.
And my talent for raising perfect kids.
Fortunately for those perfect kids, I have your energy.
Well, I did get you started on breakfast with grape nuts.
Yeah, she's right. There's all this energy right there in the bowl.
What's here on the box? Fat-free, natural energy source. But I told her you have to try it yourself to understand it.
After a few days, I realized with a good breakfast, I have all this stamina in the morning. And I like the taste.
My grandkids are perfect.
Good. You want them?
Post Grape Nut cereal helps keep you going strong all morning long.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Mitch Williams is in with 2 men in scoring position and 1 out in the 8th. 1 run in for Toronto. The lead is 14-10 for Philadelphia. This is the first game in postseason history that both teams have scored in double figures. It's the highest scoring game in Major League Baseball postseason history. The tying run is in the on-deck circle with Tony Fernandez at the plate. He's already knocked in 4 runs tonight.
And by the way, that ball hit by Molitor, I assumed it was a base hit. He was given an error on it from the get-go. Don't agree with that scoring. However, that's the way it stands.
Tough error charged to Hollins. It's the first error of the game. Base hit. Olerud scores. Molitor is stopped at third. And it's 14-11. And again, the Blue Jays will bring the tying run to the plate. Tony Fernandez with 5 runs driven in tonight. And 9 in this World Series. That is already a World Series record for shortstops with more games to come.
He has been up 5 times, and in 4 of those at bats, he has driven in at least 1 run. Hollins dives for it. The ball scoots on by him, and it was hit so sharply that Molitor has to stop at third.
Tying run at the plate. Pat Borders took ball one outside. That is Mitch Williams' fiancee Irene. They will be married on December 26th.
Doesn't look like even Irene wants to see this. She's got the bill down over her eyes. Just a peek, however.
Hollins guards the line. The 1-0 is a strike. Borders 1 for 4 tonight. He had an RBI single back in the third. And the towel is back over the eyes of Curt Schilling. A familiar pose during this postseason. Outside.
Where's Osborne say that was?
2 balls and 1 strike. Three balls and 1 strike. Williams 1 ball away from putting the tying run on base and bringing the go-ahead run to the plate in the 8th inning. Borders swung away on 3-1 as Williams poured it right over the middle, and Borders fouled it off.
Mitch Williams in there now. This might become the greatest game that nobody's ever seen. Gloves up in front of their face. Curt Schilling, a towel in front of the face. Mitch's fiance with the cap down.
The All Sports radio station in town has been encouraging fans to bring towels and put them over their heads because for Schilling it's been good luck. Some of the fans have followed that suggestion.
Some of the players too.
Well, a lot of the Phillies and their fans don't like to watch when Mitch pitches. A lot of the Phillies players and coaches admit to going up the tunnel, so they don't have to watch. But more often than not, despite the theatrics as we've seen in this postseason, he gets the job done. Payoff pitch way outside, and the tying run is at first for Toronto, and still only 1 out in the 8th inning. The go-ahead run will come to the plate, and Ed Sprague is going to bat for the pitcher. And how ironic that the man who had to take a seat to allow Paul Molitor to play tonight comes up for the first time tonight with a chance to put his team ahead in the highest scoring World Series game ever with 1 swing of the bat.
He is a first ball hitter, a fastball hitter that is hitless against left-handed pitchers in the postseason.
On the corner, well framed by Dalton.
Sprague thought it was outside. Was it? Could have been.
The 0-1. Pop fouled out of play, and Sprague just off the bench after watching for nearly 4 hours now is in the hole. 0-2. He had a memorable pinch hit home run in game 2 of last year's World Series off Jeff Reardon to give Toronto a victory. The 0-2. Strike 3. He went to the breaking ball, and the pitch called on the outside corner.
Now that slider for an 0-2 pitch with Dalton framing the pitch, bringing it back to his body, looked like it had enough of the plate. May have been just off the corner, but certainly close enough to be called a strike.
Now Ricky Henderson. He looked at strike 1. He's 1 for 4. First inning double. He walked in the third. Philadelphia 14, Toronto 11 in the 8th inning. Bases loaded and 2 outs for the Jays. Henderson is the 8th batter of the inning. Low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Molitor, the runner at third. Fernandez at second. Borders at first. The 1-1. Line to center. Dykstra can't get it. 2-run score. And the Blue Jays are within a run. It's 14-13. Ricky Henderson has silenced his critics in the last 2 games. Those are his first 2 runs batted in this World Series.
2 hits last night, 2 hits tonight. What a big hit this was. Dykstra respecting the power of Henderson, especially with the tying run on at first base. Can't afford to give up a gapper, and a ball possibly that normally Dykstra would have caught drops in front of him.
So 4 runs in the inning for Toronto. 3 of them charged to Anderson, 1 charged to Williams. He's responsible for the 2 base runners. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead run at first with 2 outs. In the 8th, Devon White slams one just foul. White facing his former roommate in winter ball from about a decade ago, Mitch Williams, and Devon has had the upper hand when they've gone head-to-head. White is 3 for 5 in his career against Mitch Williams, including a home run.
And a loud foul.
Apparently she did not have a towel. The 0-1 outside. White is the 9th batter of the inning. It's the 2nd time the Blue Jays have batted around in the ball game. They did it in the 3rd. Big swing and a foul tip into the middle of Dalton. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch. Little looper. Long run for Dykstra in right center. Can't get it. Borders around with the tying run. Henderson to the plate with the go-ahead run. 15-14 Toronto.
A slicing triple for Devon White that gives the Blue Jays the first lead that they have had since the 3rd inning.
Down to 3rd. Off the bat of Alomar. Hollins throws him out, and that ends the inning. 6 runs in the 8th. 15-14 Toronto.
The Tahitian Islands welcomed over 100,000 vacationers last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES, improved, revised, refined, in a word, new.
You need 2 hands to count all the special rates and discounts on Allstate car insurance for more than 1 car, pickup trucks, anti-lock brakes, airbags. Good drivers, excellent drivers with Allstate home insurance, and retired drivers over 55. Just pick up a phone and call an Allstate agent for details. For lots of ways to save, you're in good hands with Allstate.
I love
this place?
It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu. Your favorite Burger King foods at lower everyday prices, like the delicious Whopper Value Meal for only $2.99. The new Burger King Everyday Value Menu.
Have it your way.
This is a Goodyear AquaTread, and this is a gallon of water. AquaTread's deep groove design channels water away. At highway speeds, it moves a gallon of water every second for outstanding wet traction. AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
I know. Say we didn't get the package.
Martha! Tom! Did you get our package?
Gee, it never got here.
Really?
Introducing tracking software from Federal Express.
It was delivered to your place at 9:22 a.m.
Ah! Probably stuck in the mailroom.
No, it was signed for by your partner, Brian.
Now you can track packages right from your computer on your desk.
Brian, are you there?
Oh, that package, Martha. Well, we can negotiate a deal at this.
In one of the most remarkable games in baseball history, the Toronto Blue Jays, with 6 runs in the 8th, have taken a 15-14 lead over Philadelphia. Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver, the go-ahead hit, the triple by Devon White, his 3rd hit of the night. He's lacking only the home run for the cycle. And we could go up and down the lineups of both teams and say similar things, but this has been incredible. The most amazing baseball game I've ever witnessed.
Unbelievable. If you're keeping score at home, you're out of ink and out of paper, just like we are. It's like a chicken has run across my scorecard.
Well, find another pen or pencil, because you're going to have to make some more notations. Mike Timlin comes on to pitch for the Toronto Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Now, bear in mind, the Phillies trail, but they've scored in every inning except the 3rd tonight. 10 men to the plate in the top of this inning for the Blue Jays. Roberto Alomar started the inning and ended it. He made 2 of the 3 outs. Kevin Stocker leads off. Mickey Morandini is in the on-deck circle to bat for Williams. And then Dykstra will be up 3rd. Dykstra already with 2 home runs and a double tonight. Stocker is 0 for 3. He walked in the 6th against Castillo. Timlin's first pitch a strike. Ed Sprague is on the bench. They elected not to keep him in the game at 3rd base, so Molitor is still at 3rd. It would have involved putting Timlin in Molitor's spot, and it would have meant that Timlin would have been the 3rd batter in the top of the 9th. And Sprague would have hit 6th.
And I think you're thinking of offense if you're a manager, because all of the pitchers have had tough times getting hitters out tonight.
1-2. Timlin, a hard-throwing right-hander, facing the 23-year-old rookie Stocker. Mike making his 2nd appearance in this World Series. He pitched an inning and 2/3, a scoreless ball in his first outing. And he has a strikeout of Stocker with the breaking ball for the first out of the 8th.
Timlin just off the corner inside, but just like on Ed Sprague, with the pitcher ahead of the hitter, usually he's going to get a pitch like that if the catcher is there, and Borders was.
Now Mickey Morandini batting for the pitcher. He hit .247 during the regular season. He has not started a game in the World Series. He took a strike on the corner. Mariano Duncan would more or less platoon with Morandini at 2nd base over much of the regular season. Has been hot with the bat, and that has meant that Morandini has watched most of the action in this World Series. Dykstra is on deck. Foul tipped into the mid of Borders. If this remains a 9-inning game and we do not go to extra innings, it will be the longest 9-inning game in World Series history. It's already the highest scoring. Breaking ball, got him. Timlin with back-to-back strikeouts in the 8th.
Boy, he has made 2 pitches, 1 on Stocker, and now this nasty slider to get Morandini. That is a perfect position right in on the hands to the pinch hitter, Mickey Morandini. And now Cito Gaston, understandably, wants to talk to Timlin about Dykstra. There's only been one error in this game, which means that with 29 runs scored, ERAs are going to soar. That's another thing that will probably be out of reach once this series is over. Pitchers' ERAs.
And of course, the one error was a bad error in our opinion,
right,
given by the official scorers to Hollins on a very tough ball down the line. He had the backhand, never got a glove on. And Gaston apparently will summon his ace closer, Dwayne Ward, despite the back-to-back strikeouts by Timlin, who appeared to gesture to the bullpen a moment ago, and Ward will indeed come on. With 2 outs and the bases empty, Dykstra coming up when we come back.
Tom O'Keefe is in the grip of a really tough cold, but he's about to break free with an effervescent rush of relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Pills take time to dissolve, but Alka-Seltzer Plus is ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Americans have always had a love affair with their cars.
Do you love? Who do you love? Yeah, who do you love?
And when it comes to plugs and filters, we guarantee to keep that spark going for a long, long time.
Do you love? Yeah, who do you love?
Do you want to jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars. Rip into rock, unwrap the rap, jazz, and reggae. Collect all 12 Nestle Crunch Jammin' designs. You want to jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars.
My Lender's Bagels. You know, I start my day every day with a toasted Lender's Bagel.
This is what I was craving.
And imagine, only 2 grams of fat.
Nothing like a Lender's Bagel.
Lender's Bagels. First you crave, then you rave.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. McDonald's, what you want is what you get at McDonald's today. Citibank Visa, not just Visa, Citibank Visa. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. The Toronto outfielders, Henderson, White, and Carter, looking on as Dwayne Ward warms up with 2 outs and the bases empty in the bottom of the 8th. Toronto with 6 runs in the top of this inning. He's taken a 15-14 lead, and Ward is making his 3rd appearance.
This is an interesting move. The Blue Jays and Phillies, 29 runs, most runs scored in a World Series game. That's by 2 teams, and it's 7 more than the Yankees and Giants did in 1936. Left-handed batters batting .350 against Dwayne Ward in the postseason, and 3 home runs, including one last night by Milt Thompson.
And Dykstra has 2 home runs already tonight. The first pitch is strike, and that has Dykstra barking at Charlie Williams.
Dykstra thought it was outside. If it was, it wasn't much.
And I believe Williams is hollering back at him. Well, Timlin departs, having struck out the 2 men he faced. That is clearly outside. 1-1 on Dykstra. He walked, stole second, and scored in the first. Hit a 2-run homer in the second. Doubled and scored in the fourth. The ball that just missed being a home run. And he hit a 2-run home run in the 5th. Last time up, he bounced out to Alomar. Strike. Well, that was definitely outside.
Farther outside than the first one. Yep.
But that might have been the byproduct of the hollering that Dykstra did at Charlie Williams.
Could be.
Strike 3. He's called out on the breaking ball. Timlin and Ward combined to strike out the side in the 8th. We go to the 9th, 15-14.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back
Your flight
east.
has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. Still, I just want somebody to give me some answers.
Let's see if we can reroute you through another city.
Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy by halftime, I'll be there.
This is the perfect time to try my new Polaroid Captiva. Smile!
Hey, where's the picture?
There's no picture?
Did you see the picture come out? How can that be a Polaroid camera if there's no picture?
It doesn't look like a Polaroid camera.
It's not a Polaroid camera.
Introducing the new Polaroid Captiva. It's sleek, it's stylish. Its pocket-sized pictures stay in a special compartment till you take them out, so you're free to shoot and shoot.
Maybe if you shake it.
Yeah, shake the camera.
The new Polaroid Captiva. The pictures stay in till you take them out.
These days, people who want to save money on lunch are brown bagging it. Because McDonald's original hamburger is still just 59 cents. Our delicious cheeseburger is 69 cents. And that is no baloney. Now McDonald's always has one extra value meal for $2.99. Might be this one, this one, this one, or to find out which extra value meal is $2.99, go to your local McDonald's. Because if you want to know, you gotta go. Come on, no food fights.
Over 2 million vacationers visited historic Philadelphia last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES, improved, revised, refined. In a word, new.
John Ritter and Marky Post are moving back home.
I thought everyone around here was supposed to be happy.
They were when I left. Maybe you should leave again.
Hearts of Fire returns next Wednesday.
Tonight on Late Show with David Letterman, Dave's guests are Dan Rather, actress Penelope Ann Miller, and the musical group the Gin Blossoms. That's later tonight on Late Show with David Letterman. Dwayne Ward in the dugout. He'll face Duncan, Kruk, and Hollins in the bottom of the 9th. But first, it's Bobby Thigpen trying to keep it a 1-run game for Philadelphia. In the top of the 9th, making his second appearance. He pitched in last night's ball game. And he's in with a strike. 1-1 on Carter, who's 2 for 5. A single and a run scored in the first. He doubled and scored in the 8th. It was Carter who started the 6-run rally last inning. With the 1-out double, he scored the first of the 6 runs. Only twice in World Series history has a team come back to win after overcoming a deficit of 5 or more runs. And the Blue Jays, if this score stands, will have done that. They were down 14-9 before they got the 6 in the 8th. 1929, the A's overcame an 8-0 deficit to defeat the Cubs 10-8 in Game 4. And in 1956, the Dodgers overcame a 6-0 deficit to defeat the Yankees 13-8. Carter, base hit. It'll go for extra bases in the corner. A leadoff double for Joe Carter, his 3rd hit of the night.
And hit number 17 for the Toronto Blue Jays. The 31st hit in this ball game was crushed down the left field line. There have been an awful lot of balls, to reiterate, hit on the fat part of the bat tonight. I can't think of a bat that has been broken all night. Matter of fact, not too many balls hit off the trademark. Even the outs have been hit hard.
Olerud, 1 for 3. He's walked twice and has scored twice. One hit a single off David West in the 6th. Sharply hit to second. Duncan to a knee to throw him out. And Carter takes 3rd with 1 out.
John, you mentioned the Dodger comeback, being down 6-0 and winning the game 13-8 in Game 2 of the 1956 series. Don Larson started that game. And he gave up the 6-run lead in the second inning, and then 3 days later came back to pitch the perfect game. The only perfect game ever to be pitched in World Series history.
Paul Molitor, the batter. He hit the ball down the left field line past Hollins, who has scored an error last inning. And he scored a run. He only has one hit officially. The ball last inning should have been his second of the night. Infield in for Philadelphia. Can't allow another run. Already trailing by 1 in the 9th. Thigpen from the stretch. Good pitch. Sinking movement on it. 0-2 on Molitor. Fernandez is on deck. Tommy Green started. He went 2 1/3 for the Phillies. Then Roger Mason, David West, Larry Anderson, Mitch Williams, and now Bobby Thigpen, the 6th pitcher of the night for Philadelphia. And he just missed.
That ball appeared to be inside. Dalton setting up inside, and the tailing fastball was indeed way inside under the arms of Molitor.
Now the 1-2 ripped foul. Molitor hit it hard, but he was well out ahead of it.
He is so quick on that ball inside and still hits the ball away effectively the other way. Great plate adjustment.
In the dirt and dug out by Dalton with the runner at third. To short, and they won't get the runner in with that one. Molitor hit a BB, but right at the shortstop stalker for the second out of the 9th. Coverage of the 1993 World Series is produced by Bob Degas, directed by Bob Fishman. The associate directors Steve Shear and Pete Macheska. The coordinating producer of Baseball 93 is Eric Mann. Baseball 93 is produced by George Ferris. The senior producer of CBS Sports is Ed Gorn. The executive in charge of production is Rick Gentile. And we tip our cap to those gentlemen and our entire crew tonight for staying on top of 500,000 or so developments in this ball game. Fernandez tries to bunt, and he pushed it foul to the Toronto dugout.
The only time tonight that Fernandez has been up and has not been in an RBI situation, his 3rd time, and that's when he led off the inning. He is an RBI in 4 of his 5 plate appearances tonight, with 5 total.
One shy of the single game World Series record. Bounce foul. 0-2. So Thigpen can get out of this, having surrendered the leadoff double to Carter. If he can retire Fernandez and perhaps give Philadelphia a little bit of a boost. Obviously, it's a downcast Philadelphia dugout with the recent events. The 6 runs by Toronto in the 8th inning. The 0-2 is inside. Thigpen has dominated the one-on-one rivalry with Fernandez. Tony 0 for 12. AJ dugout knows it would be a big hit if Fernandez could deliver. And he fought off a tough pitch.
That can be a deceptive stat, however. 0 for 12, but that was when Thigpen was throwing very hard. Fernandez going to San Diego and then the New York Mets over the last several years. So that 0 for 12 came when Thigpen was at his best. Not throwing anywhere nearly as hard as he used to.
The 1-2. Chop to second. Duncan throws him out. So it's a 1-run game as we go to the bottom of the 9th, and we'll return to Veterans Stadium after this message from your local station.
Jell-O gelatin's just 12 cents a serving. That's 4 cents for the giggles, 4 cents for the improved motor skills, and 4 cents for creativity.
I love Jell-O.
Whatever your budget, there's always room for Jell-O.
Brute. Men are back.
The 94 Ford F-150 is now at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
No other truck is built for tough.
Not only is the F-150 America's tough full-size truck, now it's America's safe truck too, with the driver's side airbag standard. Plus, every 94 F-150 has Preferred Care, the 24-hour roadside assistance program. Now save $1,200 on the #1 selling Ford F-150. See the Truck Authority, your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck. Hey, hey.
Are you happy with the way government is spending your money? Annette Deegan and Aletha Wright aren't. That's why they're running for Camden County Freeholder. They want to control government spending, cut the bureaucracy, reform welfare, and stop wasting taxpayers' money. And they want to make Camden County government provide the best services and quality of life of any county in the state. It's time to put citizens, not the politicians, in charge. Aletha Wright, Annette Deegan, Reform Democrats for Camden County Freeholder.
Night, Pigman attacks nun, escapes in UFO.
Dan Rather drops by.
Hi, I'm Dave Letterman, and I can eat my weight in ballpark nachos.
Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver back at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, heading to the bottom of the ninth. The Toronto Blue Jays trying to protect a one-run lead. And they have Alfredo Griffin in at third now, replacing Paul Molitor. We're at a very uneventful night, starting at third base. And he's grateful for it. Jim Fregosi, John Vukovic, have Mariano Duncan, John Kruk, and Dave Hollins. Meat of their order coming up. Batters 2, 3, and 4. Against Wayne Ward, who came on last inning and struck out Lenny Dykstra on a called third strike with 2 outs and the bases empty to end the inning.
And they were playing the Rocky theme here at Veterans Stadium, and you remember that famous scene between Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa in the 15th round when Rocky said, "What about a rematch?" And Apollo said, "Not going to be any rematch." Well, there is going to be a rematch regardless of what happens. That'll be tomorrow night. Game 5.
And if this score stands, Cito Gaston and the Blue Jays will have a chance to win the World Championship tomorrow night. Mariano Duncan, 3 for 5 singles in each of his last 3 times up. He's knocked in 1, scored 1, and had a stolen base. He swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Fernandez in shallow left, 1 out. Toronto pitchers have combined to retire 6 in a row. John Kruk has not been a part of the story tonight. 0 for 4 with a walk. Ball 1 outside. Ball 2 outside. Check swing, a strike over the outer third.
You know, it's a long game when John Kruk has run out of bubble gum.
Ball 3 up and away. And now Ward is in danger of walking Kruk and putting the tying run on base and bringing the winning run to the plate. The 3-1 pitch. Big hack by Kruk. He was trying to tie it. You hear Eisenreich say base hit. He'll be happy with just a hit. Kruk will try to tie it with one swing. Now the 3-2. He fought it off. Tough pitch by Ward, blown away from Kruk. Another 3-2. And another foul ball.
Day before the series started, Sean, Dwayne Ward telling both of us that in a game-winning situation, he would be it would be unlikely for him to throw a breaking ball to a left-handed hitter. And sure enough, he has thrown 7 straight fastballs to John Kruk.
Strike 3. Kruk called out on a pitch on the inside corner. And the Blue Jays are 1 out away from victory in Game 4.
Ward had been staying away, and he jerks this fastball over the inside corner. Kruk diving out, a tailing fastball, and you can see how Borders frames the pitch. Very close. Looked like it was 2 or 3 inches inside. Rarely, if a catcher has to cross the plate, does he get a strike like that. But Borders did.
Now Hollins, high fly to center. It'll stay in the park. Devon White makes the catch. And the Toronto Blue Jays have won the highest scoring game in postseason history. To take a 3-1 lead into the World Series, they'll have a chance in Game 5 tomorrow night to win their 2nd consecutive world title. The final score, the Blue Jays 15, the Phillies 14. We'll have more in a moment.
Introducing one of the most visually distinct automobiles you've ever seen. If we show it to you now, you'll be so busy looking that you won't be listening, and you won't hear about its precision handling, sophisticated safety systems, and that it's the most technologically advanced Celica Toyota has ever created. Okay, now you can look. The all-new Celica. Watch out, it's coming.
Driver, do you have any Bud Light in your vehicle?
Yes.
Then I am Mr. Gallywikich.
You mean Dr. Galakowicz?
Yes, I am. This is so cool.
First time in a limo? Doctor?
In a limo this small.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
It's a new mystery every Friday night.
Somebody murdered my patient.
And Dick Van Dyke is a crime-solving doctor.
You've been hiding behind that collar.
Diagnosis Murder premieres October 29th.
Toronto Blue Jays with 6 runs in the 8th inning came from 5 runs back to win the highest scoring game in World Series history. 15-14 the final. It is also the longest World Series game of any length in terms of innings. In terms of time, the length tonight 4 hours and 14 minutes, surpassing a 12-inning game, Game 2 of 1973. The Chevrolet player of the game is Devon White. He had the game-winning hit, a 2-run triple that capped the 6-run 8th. One of his 3 hits on the night. He drove in 3 and scored 2. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in the name of Devon White to the Special Olympics. Now let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, we're down here, Sean, with Devon White. Devon, you guys were down 14-9 in the 8th inning. Did you think the game was over?
In a way, yeah. They were swinging the bat well, and our pitching, couldn't hold them down. And Lenny Dykstra, he was so hot.
Then you come up, bases loaded. Were you trying to hit them all around, or were you just trying to make contact? What was going through your mind?
The first swing I took, I was trying to drive them all in, and he threw me a slider, and I hooked it foul. And then after that, I was just trying to make contact, drive some runs in, and he threw me a backdoor slider, which was a good pitch. I just happened to put it in play in the right spot.
Devon, great game.
Thank you.
Let's go back upstairs to Sean.
It was indeed a great game for him and for baseball fans everywhere. Tonight on The Late Show with David Letterman. Dave's guests are Dan Rather, Penelope Ann Miller, and the musical group The Gin Blossoms. That's later tonight on The Late Show with David Letterman. Now for Tim McCarver, Pat O'Brien, and Jim Gray. Sean McDonough saying so long from Veterans Stadium for the final scores. Toronto 15 and Philadelphia 14. You have been watching CBS Sports coverage of the 1993 World Series. Joe Carter and the Toronto Blue Jays will take the field tomorrow night here at the Vet with a chance to win the World Championship. We'll see you then. Good night, everyone.
The great masters defined civilization in Europe. Now we're defining it on the way there. United Airlines' renowned international service to 15 cities all across Europe. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
Get the new Mazda 626 with dual airbags, an available V6 engine, the best basic warranty in its class, made in America with exceptional style. And if you're in the mood for value, just look at what your Mazda dealer has for you now. We make the exceptional affordable. Mazda, it just feels right.
In cardiac care, experience is everything. In Philadelphia, no one has more experience than the Heart Hospital at Hahnemann University. No one performs more cardiac surgery. And in electrophysiology, catheterization, and every aspect of cardiac care, we're leading the way in treating heart disease without surgery. At Hahnemann, experience doesn't just make us bigger, it makes us better. The Heart Hospital at Hahnemann University.
You drive a car like this and you're going to be asked a lot of questions. Like, what kind of car is that? You say, it's an Eagle Vision TSI. They say, oh yeah, a Jeep Eagle. To which you respond, it's not a Jeep Eagle. That's where you buy it. Then you tell them all about its performance technology. Eagles do invite a lot of questions, but the next time someone calls an Eagle Vision a Jeep Eagle, you can tell them where to go.
Test drive a new Eagle Vision at your nearest Key States Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
WCAU-TV Philadelphia. Now, Ken Matz, Jane Robelo, Herb Blackweather, and Ron Berg Sports. This is Channel 10 News.
What a game. It didn't end the way that we wanted it to, but we're happy that you were able to share it with us here on Channel 10. Good evening, I'm Ken Matz.
Certainly an exciting evening. I'm Jane Robelo, and we'd like to welcome those of you who usually are not part of our Channel 10 News team at 11. We're glad that you're with us tonight.
Our top story tonight, a late-inning collapse by our hometown heroes, and the Phillies find themselves in a deep hole in the World Series. It was painful to watch. Devon White's two-run double off Mitch Wild Thing Williams in the top of the 8th caps a 6-run rally as the Blue Jays come from way behind. Beat the Phillies 15-14 before a stunned crowd at the Vet. It's the highest-scoring World Series game in history, and now the Jays lead the series 3-1 and can wrap up the World Championship with a win at the Vet tomorrow night. For the fans, a night of ups and downs, but at least there weren't any rain delays.
That's right. Channel 10's Arthur Fennell is outside the Vet. Arthur, at least they got off on time.
Well, yeah, Jane, you know what? People are starting to find out of here. Now, a lot of people are, boy, they got some interesting emotions coming out. This was one fantastic baseball game. It had everything you could ever want for it. Drama, it had excitement, it had the highs, the lows. We just didn't get a winning outcome. I've been listening to reactions, people coming out of here. Some of them are awfully disgusted. Some other folks are coming out saying, hey, we got to win it in 7 now. So that's what's happening. We got some guys crowding around us here. But I got some reaction just a moment ago from some folks, and it wasn't all good. Take a listen.
We're sick. We're sick. We really are sick. I'm going to go home now and cry. We're sick.
They blew a 5-run lead. What can you say? The pitching was about to kill them eventually, and it did.
From one sports fan to another, didn't look too good tonight, but can we still win this thing?
Yes.
How can we win it?
Dalton Grand Slam.
And keep Mitch in late in the game. He'll come through, right?
No.
I knew you were going to say that. How do you feel now?
I feel bad, very bad.
But can we still win?
We got a shot. We have a shot. You never say never.
Attitude right there. That's the attitude. Never say never, right? This thing isn't over yet. Hey, the Phillies gave us some great baseball tonight. That is really the bottom line. We can still win, right?
We can still win. That's right.
That's right. They didn't say it with all the excitement they would have said if we had one, but hey, I think they still believe it deep down inside. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope they'll come through next time. From the vet, this is Arthur Fennell, Channel 10 News Live. Back to you, Ken and Jane.
Okay.
Love that optimism, Arthur.
I'm proud of those guys.
Now, the nail biting tonight was certainly not confined to fans at the vet.
All across the Delaware Valley, hundreds of thousands of people watched every pitch right here on Channel 10. Channel 10's Dennis Woltering live with some of them in Manayunk tonight. Dennis?
Well, Ken, Jane, fans here at the Pitchers Pub in Manayunk have been cheering and screaming and moaning with disbelief watching this game all night long. They couldn't believe it when the game collapsed at the end. Tell me, guys, what was it like when the game fell apart in the 8th inning and the Phils fell behind?
It was a little bit disappointing, but I know the Phillies are going to be able to pull it out. They can sweep them. We'll take one here, and we take two in Toronto, and it's over.
Got real quiet there at the end of this game.
I know, a little frustrating, but don't worry, we'll come back and we'll take them.
We'll get let me just say this. It was as emotionally draining in here as a Whitewater Rapids ride, but through it all, people here were hanging in with the Phillies.
At Suds Cafe in Mayfair, fans cheering on the Phillies included a John Kruk lookalike, complete with a hole in his pants and the look of pine tar on his batting helmet.
Couldn't get a hold of no pine tar, a little bit of peanut butter and cerite ashes.
Fans grazed on Wild Thing wings as the Phillies finally put runs on the scoreboard.
Phillies! Phillies all the way, baby!
They're looking a lot better than last night. Last night they were swinging at high pitches. Tonight, they're in there.
When Milt Thompson slammed a triple that scored 3 runs, the place exploded with cheering, stomping, screaming fans craving a championship.
It's a swing, and it's a long drive, way back. Devon White's not going to get it. It's a triple for Milt Thompson, off the fence. 3 runs are going to score, and the Phillies take the lead 4-3.
At Pitchers Pub here in Manayunk, fans were hanging on every pitch, every hit, celebrating every Phillies run.
It's catching on. We're going to take it all the way.
When the lead and the momentum seesawed back and forth, the fans felt like they were riding a gut-wrenching, emotional roller coaster.
Well, it is kind of nerve-wracking, but I know the Phillies are going to pull it out. I know it.
I'm going to fight for them all the way.
You're fighting for them.
I'm fighting for them. I hang in. I'm a fighter. Hang tough.
And now, after tonight, it really is a question of faith. Can the Phillies win the next 3 in a row? Can they still win this series? Everyone here seems to think they can. Live at the Pitchers Pub in Manayunk, Dennis Woltering, Channel 10 News. Ken, Jane, back to you.
We'll be hanging in with them, too, tomorrow. Boy.
Absolutely right. Now, what you did not see before tonight's game was the maestro at work. Philadelphia Mayor Ed Rendell took over the conductor's baton for the Philadelphia Orchestra and the national anthem. The mayor arrived in the drizzle with the Philly fanatic, both of them wearing Philly Orchestra sweatshirts and tails. The orchestra did not play the Canadian national anthem. "O Canada" was instead sung by Canadian vocalist Cherie Gicox.
I think the Fanatic had a tail before tonight. Anyway, after the anthem, it was down to baseball. Lots of runs, lots of big plays, lots of good stuff, and some sad stuff, too.
Lots of disappointment. Let's go inside the vet now. Channel 10's Ron Burke with a look at the game. Ron?
Jane and Ken, you can write a novel about what happened here tonight. Just a lot of drama involved in this game. The Phillies twice blowing 5-run leads, and in the 8th inning, it was just electric for the Blue Jays as they delivered 6 volts. Those 6 runs that put the Phillies away. In the 8th inning, it was just a very disappointing, a very down night in this place. This Vet Stadium is in a state of shock right now. Let's take you back to the 8th and set the scene, courtesy of teammate Kurt Schilling, as Mitch Williams came on in the 8th, and Schilling with his trade, what has become a trademark now, towel over the head, and some fans mimicking that. But in that 8th inning, it was Ricky Henderson delivering a single here that cut the Phillies' lead to 14-13. Then it was Devon White, who has had a fantastic series, particularly at the plate, delivering a double that gives Toronto the 15-14 lead, and that would be the final score. Blue Jays 17 hits in their victory. And after the game, manager Jim Fregosi talked to the press about what happened here tonight.
Well, we just didn't score 20 runs.
We just didn't have anybody that was throwing the ball real well, to be very honest with you. Tommy came out and he did not throw the ball well, and we tried to get some innings out of Ariat. Mason threw the ball well, and everybody else just did not have good stuff.
Have you ever been in a wilder game?
Have you ever been in a wilder game?
I think it might just go down in the annals of one of the all-time games for a World Series game. It's unbelievable.
And it comes at the most inappropriate of times as the Phillies now find the Blue Jays just one win away from wrapping up their second consecutive World Series title. That could happen on this very field tomorrow night in Game 5. Reporting live from the vet, this is Ron Burke. Ken and Jane, back to you.
Thanks, Ron. Very exciting baseball, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That is our coverage of Game 4 of the World Series for now. Coming up later, we're going to go back live to the vet for more highlights and player interviews. And tomorrow night, it is Game 5 of the series. The Phils take on the Blue Jays at the vet. See it here on Channel 10 beginning at 8 o'clock. And tomorrow night, just before Game 5, Channel 10 presents another special on Phillies Fever. Join Jane Robelo, Arthur Fennell, Ron Burke, Janet Zapala, John Bolaris, and the Channel 10 team as we preview Game 5 and take in all the World Series excitement. That's Phillies Fever, tomorrow night at 7, right here on Channel 10.
And it promises to be a dramatic first pitch at tomorrow night's game. The reason, Philadelphia police officer John Marinowitz, shot and critically wounded in the line of duty back in June, will be a part of it tomorrow. Officer Marinowitz and Phillies pitcher Larry Anderson will escort former Phils great Robin Roberts to the mound. Marinowitz, still in a wheelchair, will hand the ball to Roberts for the first pitch. And a happy ending to an accident at the vet that we told you about last night. Channel 10 cameras were on the scene moments after 25-year-old Kathleen Evans fell from the 200-level seats right onto the field. Evans was airlifted to Hahnemann University Hospital. Miraculously, she suffered only a few broken bones. Channel 10 just checked tonight. Evans is listed in stable condition.
Reaction pouring in tonight to word that the Spectrum 2 could be on thin ice. The plan to build a state-of-the-art indoor arena in South Philadelphia has been thrown a major curveball by the Sixers owner, Harold Katz. He won't play ball in the deal. So, as Channel 10's Andrew Glassman reports, the whole project could be dead in the water.
Though his team just started the preseason, Sixers owner Harold Katz, the businessman, emerged in mid-season form today, yanking his ball club from the prospective lineup of a possible Spectrum 2. The recent financial backing of PNC Bank was based on two occupants of a new Spectrum, the Flyers and the 76ers. But Katz has turned down the final offer from Spectacor's Ed Snyder.
I felt that we offered him a deal that was outstanding, unprecedented, in fact, and quite frankly, I was shocked.
If Katz doesn't want to play at the Spectrum and can't come to terms with the Spectrum 2, fans are left to wonder once again whether he's plotting a move to, say, New Jersey.
If they feel they're too good to play in the building that's already here, then see you, you know.
To that, Katz offered a written statement to the fans tonight that said the Sixers, quote, will remain in the Delaware Valley area and continue to be a part of this community, close quote.
Do you think that Harold Katz is trying to bully Spectacor and bully the city into a better deal?
Well, no, because number one, I made it clear to both teams and both individuals that the city had no more to give.
What is the city's role now in trying to get these parties together? Will you play any active role at all?
Well, whatever Mr. Snyder thinks that I can do to help, if that means talking to the banks, I will talk to the banks.
Misters Rendell and Snyder now find themselves on the same team in this respect. Both said today that they plan to lobby local financiers to raise money to build Spectrum 2, even without the 76ers on board. It will be a long shot, and for now, the on-again, off-again plans for a new stadium are dead. At the Spectrum, Andrew Glassman, Channel 10 News.
And coming up next on the Channel 10 News, a battle over the facts about fat and fast food. Details straight ahead.
And later, Channel 10's Herb Denenberg follows up on a hair replacement procedure that could be hazardous to your health.
Now stay with us as the Channel 10 News continues tonight.
Most people already know that a GMC Jimmy comes with features that give it all the strength of a truck and all the ride and comfort of a car. But what you may not know is that right now, it also features a lease that's never been more comfortable. the all-new Jimmy 24-month lease. Get to know one today at your Delaware Valley GMC truck dealer.
Tonight on Late Show with David Letterman, Dan Rather, actress Penelope Ann Miller, and Gin Blossom.
Put down that remote control before you kill somebody.
Critics are calling Rudy an unforgettable real-life Rocky, one of the best movies of the year. Rudy, rated PG, now playing select theaters.
Come to S&C's sale on London Fog. Save 33% on all our men's and women's outerwear and rainwear. Now at Strawbridge and Clothier.
At Choice Seating, we have over 500 styles of sofas and chairs and over 2,000 fabrics to put on them.
Save 25% now during Choice Seating's fall special order sale.
In Los Angeles, the Reginald Denny beating trial ends with one final not guilty verdict. This was the scene as defendant Damian Williams was acquitted on an attempted murder charge. He and co-defendant Henry Watson allegedly took part in this videotaped beating of Reginald Denny. That was at the start of the L.A. riots. Today's verdict left prosecutors fuming.
When you take a brick and hurl it at point-blank range as hard as you can into a helpless man's head, what other logical, reasonable conclusion is there than you're intending to kill him?
Day one, we felt that the prosecution will never be able to prove specific intent to kill or to disfigure in a riotous situation. This was a riot.
Williams was convicted of mayhem and assault and faces up to 8 years in prison. Henry Watson was released today after spending 17 months in jail. He was convicted on only one misdemeanor charge. In Philadelphia, opening arguments in the Vivian King murder trial. That's Mrs. King that you see in the long coat. Police said that Mrs. King confessed to killing her daughter. Defense attorneys said the confession was coerced. This case began in January when Mrs. King's daughter, Shelley Turner, suddenly disappeared. The teenager's body was found 1 month later in Fairmount Park. Police claimed that Mrs. King pulled out a gun and shot Shelley 5 times during an argument.
President Clinton is ready to release detailed proposals as to how to pay for his health care reform package. Those details won't be announced until next week, but 2 major funding sources have already been decided. One, a 75-cent per pack increase in the cigarette tax. That tax now stands at 24 cents a pack. And the president will also call for a 1% payroll tax on big companies that set up their own outside health plans for employees. The federal government tonight investigates claims of deceptive advertising by fast food chains. A consumer group charges restaurants falsely brag about switching from frying in beef fat to healthier vegetable oil. It accuses chains of using shortening with as much cholesterol-raising fats as red meat.
People picture a good, healthy vegetable oil like they use in their kitchen, but it turns out that companies are using heavily hydrogenated fats that are as conducive to heart disease as beef fat. That's outrageous.
McDonald's says the consumer group is absolutely wrong. Burger King promises to see if the consumer group can prove its claim.
And still ahead tonight on the Channel 10 News, what is in the Game 5 forecast for tomorrow?
John Bellaris in the Weather Center with the answers, all the details coming up next on the Channel 10 News.
On Rescue 911, when 2 girls are suddenly struck in a go-kart by a speeding truck, their only hope for survival is their caring neighbors.
I just didn't feel that we could stand there and watch the little girl die without giving her every opportunity to live.
Then, when a pregnant deer is fatally hit on a Los Angeles freeway, witnesses try desperately to save the newborn fawn. On the next Rescue 911.
Weekdays at 4:30 on Channel 10.
Hello from Snapple. Today's letter is from Nancy Lambert. Her dog Shane can be asleep in the back bedroom, but if you open his Snapple, she comes running. This I gotta see.
Shaney, would you like some Snapple? Shane, look at Snapple. You decided you want to sleep while everybody's watching. What's Daddy drinking?
Oh, they're good.
What is
See, I love Snapple. Come on.
Pink lemonade.
Made from the best stuff on earth.
Forget it.
Your better
Buick dealers would like to point out the pluses and minuses of buying the new value-priced Regal. First, the pluses. We've added an airbag, plus anti-lock brakes, plus our biggest V6, plus power everything, even remote keyless entry. And the minuses? How about minus $2,492? A factory price rollback of almost $2,500. More features, less money. That makes Regal pretty hard to equal. See one today at your local Better Buick dealer.
In a world that's moving very fast, we can find balance in our days and in our diets with foods like Dannon yogurt that put back what the world takes out of us. Dannon yogurt, deliciously creamy, nutrient dense, which means in very few calories we get a lot of nutrition. Calcium, potassium, real yogurt cultures, and the sense that there's a place in each day where we can find balance. Dannon yogurt, a very healthy habit for life.
Cape Cod believes in the Phillies. I was here in 1980. Beat George Brett. I was here in 83. We lost to Baltimore, but we'll beat Toronto.
Yeah, you got to believe. But you know, John Belaris spent most of tonight with a towel over his head, not because it was raining.
And a tie around his head, too. Are you okay?
Yeah, my rally tie. But you know what? It's not the best of 6. It's the best of 7. We took 3 in a row from the Braves, didn't we?
That's true.
I didn't see any fat lady singing out there tonight, did you?
I'm not singing.
All right, it's always darkest before sunrise. Anything easily obtained isn't worth obtaining.
All right,
All right, okay, temperature is
Move on.
61 degrees. Humidity 97%. It's been that kind of a season. Pressure falling winds east at 14. We have drizzle. The high today 63. The low took place a few minutes ago, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow. All right, outside fog and drizzle shrouds the weather picture. Temperatures hanging out right around 60. Everyone, oh, except Allentown, the cool spot, 53. Atlantic City, 60. We go to tonight's weather map. We got a warm front. Oh, let's go to the satellite anyway first. First things are first. Moisture still coming in from the south and west. We're going to continue to get fog and drizzle tonight, and then a strong cold front waiting out there in the west will be pushing through during the day tomorrow. So a misty night still. Now fog and drizzle, dense fog developing towards morning. Be aware of that for your morning commute. And then tomorrow, that warm front moves through. Temperatures zoom up into the low to mid 70s. And then a very strong cold front comes in from the west. Chance of showers and heavy thunderstorms developing by late in the afternoon and the evening. And that means the very beginning of tomorrow night's game may feature what else? The chance of showers and then clearing out, turning sharply cooler. That was the forecast for tonight. Bye-bye. We don't need you. Bink. Okay, forecast for tonight. Drizzle and fog, 60. Tomorrow, some sunshine, windy, a warm day, thunderstorms and showers developing during the afternoon and evening. And that threat, let's make that up until about 8:15. Looked at the latest computer guidance. And then we begin to clear out tomorrow night, which is the good news. A clearing, windy, turning sharply cooler tomorrow night, dropping dramatically so into the 50s during the game with a howling wind. It's going to be cold at the Vet tomorrow night, and the weekend looks great. Friday, Saturday, and Sunny. A little bit chilly on Friday.
We'll test them before they get back to that dome. Huh?
Can I show you my Halloween outfit?
Yeah,
this
but
is
we'll
what
know
I'm going
what
to
you
be
are
for
then.
Halloween. Who am I? Kurt Schilling
CS?
watching the
CS?
Wild Thing.
That's it. Would you like a candy?
It's a good here. You can be that for Halloween.
Well, thank you.
I thought it was Miss Williams' mom for a while there.
Same thing. Same thing. Thank you, John.
Okay, you're welcome. We'll cover them.
Oh, thank you.
We'd rather see you do.
Coming up next, tonight's Channel 10 Focus investigation.
Herb Denenberg with an update on a hair replacement procedure that could have you pulling out your hair and possibly more. Stay with us.
What was I looking for in a new car? Are we rolling yet? Something gorgeous, sporty, fun to drive with lots of room. It's a 94 Grand Am, and it's great. I love it. Should I say Pontiac Grand Am? What was I looking for? Safety features. It has standard anti-lock brakes and an airbag. The Grand Am is real affordable. With Pontiac Smart Drive, it's $229 a month. What was I looking for? I guess I wanted everything, so I got the Grand Am.
See the new 94 Grand Am, now just $229 a month with a Pontiac Smart Drive.
Hi, I'm number 150032302. I'm new to the health plan. This $5 doctor visit, it doesn't mean 5 minutes with the doctor, does it? I mean, it's my health. I want the doctor to get to know me.
It says here, you're Lorraine Bishop.
Yes.
You are going to get the time you need with your doctor. Your visits are set up that way. We want you to be happy.
That's
Aetna Health Plans. The more you know, the better you feel.
In Washington, big corporations and lobbyists are spending millions making false claims about the NAFTA trade deal. But across America, people going to factories, to farms, to offices know NAFTA means jobs going south. Economists who've studied job loss say we'll lose up to 500,000 American jobs to NAFTA. Americans want to expand trade, but not by trading away their jobs. NAFTA, it's a bad deal for America, and Americans know it.
People around Flat Rock, Michigan have their own way of conserving energy. They build the Mazda 626, and they build it so it gets the best mileage in its class.
So what do they do in your town?
People around Flat Rock, Michigan feel more secure driving the Mazda 626. They make them themselves, so they put dual airbags in every one of theirs. And every one of yours, too.
Tonight, the state of New Jersey has charged a South Jersey hair replacement company with consumer fraud and gone to court to get them to change their business practices. In tonight's Channel 10 Focus investigation, Herb Denenberg, who first exposed this company's practices in June, now says New Jersey may soon outlaw the hair replacement procedure altogether.
This pain, I have a pain, and I'm upset all the time, I'm nervous.
This man has a wig sewn onto his head. Sounds barbaric, but that hair replacement procedure is routinely done here at International Cosmetic Labs, ICL in Cinnaminson, New Jersey. The process works by putting surgical sutures right into the scalp and then fastening the hairpiece to the scalp with those sutures, a process that often guarantees infection, rejection, pain, and scarring. Channel 10 has been exposing this procedure since 1978. And now, after 15 years, the state of New Jersey is finally taking action. They're outlawing this dangerous procedure altogether.
The board has determined, after a thorough investigation and after receiving multiple complaints, that this procedure has inherent risks that cannot be eliminated.
Weiss says the procedure can lead to infection, rejection, pain and scarring, and even more serious complications.
Odors occur, infection occurs, pus comes out, small abscesses occur. There have been even reported deaths due to infections arising from this.
In the past, former employees admitted ICL was aware of the problems.
My boss told me everybody that has the process done will have problems.
They were in pain, sutures migrating. A lot of the times you talk to a client, he'd wash his hair, the hairpiece would shrink, and it would actually pull or rip the sutures through the scalp. And
So why did it take so long for the state of New Jersey to take action? What possible excuse can there be?
There's a procedure of investigation that does take many steps.
We went back to ICL to find out what they think of this procedure being outlawed.
I just wanted to know why you continue to perform a procedure which experts agree is dangerous and malpractice.
Could you please leave our office?
Despite the action by the state of New Jersey, ICL can continue to sell the procedure until a new rule becomes final, which could take months. Herb Denenberg, Channel 10 News.
I don't believe there is.
Although they would not talk to Channel 10 on camera, the attorney for ICL said they continue to believe their procedure is safe and effective. The suit against ICL will be heard on November 19th. Any consumer with a complaint should get in touch with the New Jersey Division of Consumer Affairs.
And coming up next, we'll go live to the vet.
Ron Burke and Big Al Meltzer. More highlights and post-game as the Channel 10 News continues.
It comes specially equipped with dual airbags, cruise control, air conditioning, 4-speaker AM/FM cassette stereo, and power accessories like luxury sedans costing twice the money. The 1994 Nissan Altima GXE. It not only defines what a luxury car should be, it redefines what a luxury car should cost. Lease the Altima for just $750 down and $229 a month for 36 months.
A
startling proposal heads for New Orleans. A hard-fought contract is Chicago-bound. 3 sets of contact lenses are expected in Tampa by tomorrow morning. Express mail from the Postal Service will get them there, overnight, guaranteed, from just $9.95. Every day, overnight, we deliver for you.
This is the Eagle Vision TSI. I'd like to tell you all about it, but I won't. You in this very unique sports sedan, just go ahead and have some quiet time together.
Test drive a new Eagle Vision at your nearest Key States Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
You so graciously pointed out moments ago that this really was a great night for baseball.
It wasn't.
Not such a great night for the Phillies.
They're
but
going
a
to be
great night
talking about this win for a long, long time.
right.
Let's take it back to the vet now, and Ron Burke's standing by. Ron?
For all the wrong reasons as far as Phillies fans and, of course, the players are concerned. This was one of those games that it appeared on several occasions the Phillies had, but they blew 2 5-run leads, and in the end, of course, you know the story. But we're going to recap it anyway. Beginning in the first inning, the Blue Jays get on board early, already leading 1-0 in this game. Tony Fernandez single, scored White and Carter. Toronto takes a 3-0 lead. Tommy Green, the Phil starter, goes only 2 1/3. Todd Stottlemyre had his problems also. Bases loaded, walk to Eisenreich, makes it 3-1. Then Milt Thompson unloads on a triple with the bases loaded, and the Phillies jump on top 4-3, bottom 1. Bottom 2 now, Dykstra with the man on. A 2-run shot for Dykstra, who had a huge night at the plate. Phillies take a 6-3 lead in the second. Top third now, Devon White, who has had a hot bat throughout this series, singles to score 2 more. Jays take a 7-6 lead. But then came Darren Dalton's 2-run blast in the 5th to give the Phillies a 9-7 lead. Milt Thompson then doubled home a run to make it 10-7, and Dykstra unloaded again on a 2-run shot to make it 12-7. The Phillies enjoy a 5-run lead. In the 8th, however, Phillies lead cut to 14-11. Kurt Schilling, it's a familiar look by now with Mitch Williams on, Ricky Henderson at the plate. Rips a base hit, bringing home 2 teammates. It's 14-13. Jays cut the Phillies lead to 1 in the 8th. And then Devon White, the next batter, a double scoring 2. And as the clock struck midnight, that top of the 8th inning came to an end. And Toronto had the winning run it needed with a 15-14 victory. A 6-run 8th inning for the Blue Jays. And they now lead this series by a tally of 3 games to 1 and look to wrap it up and take it home tomorrow with another one here at the Vet. But, of course, that is some 24 hours from now, Meltzer, but this is something that the Phillies won't soon forget, what happened tonight.
I think the city of Philadelphia will wake up with a hangover tomorrow morning. This has not been one of the better evenings. However, for those that were here, keep the stubs in the videotape. It's a keeper because this is a record-breaking game. If you were upset, can you imagine what it was like in the Phillies locker room?
Just didn't get him out.
Where does this team go from here?
Tomorrow. I mean, what kind of question is that? It's a dumb question. We got to play again tomorrow. We got to come out and try and win the game, get the series back up in Toronto.
I don't know. I haven't woke up yet, man. I'll let you know tomorrow. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's crazy.
It was Devon White that got the big triple that knocked in the winning runs in the 8th inning.
Well, early in the game, you know, we knew we had to push, and it wasn't going to come easy. And late in the game, when Lenny Dykstra and Dalton hit the home run, it's just like, God, we got to hold them. Each time we score, they are going ahead. And, you know, they went ahead by 4 or 5 runs. And, you know, coming from me, I was like, well, we'll get them tomorrow. It's not that I gave up, but, you know, usually in a situation like that, you think that, you know, you won't come back, but with the Blue Jays, we have done it a lot this year, not like we did tonight, and we just kept pushing.
There was an announcer on Channel 10 early this evening said that the wind was blowing in. It would be a tough night for the hitters against the pitchers.
Who said that?
I don't know.
Neither do I. They have another game to play later today. In fact, it'll be Schilling against Guzman, a rematch of the Game 1 starters. For Al Meltzer, this is Ron Burke, live at the vet. Ken and Jane.
Okay, I know who it was, but I'm not going to say.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
See you.
Stay with us. Channel 10 News continues.
All my friends, we joke about the fact that we don't like to drive our parents' cars because it makes us feel old and stupid. But I told my parents this is the only station wagon I will ever drive.
Surprisingly, soon after buying the wagon, we decided we needed to get a newer car for Ellie to take away to college with her.
We knew that we could go right back to Saturn and get something that we felt good about, but also that Ellie was going to be thrilled with. And
I am.
U.S. Healthcare. Sometimes the best medicine of all is a good laugh.
With these in my ears, I can't hear. Look, here, try it yourself now. See that? Can you hear anything? What? Can you hear me? Huh? You can't hear anything, can you? How can I hear if you're going to put these in my ears like that? I mean, after all, I can't hear if you got them in my ears. Huh?
I don't know what it is with you. All other husbands have their wives behind them. Napoleon had Josephine behind him. George Washington had Martha behind him. Mark Antony had Cleopatra behind him. What have I got behind me? Don't you dare!
Oh, hold me closer. Closer. Closer.
I'll hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
To Don. This gift is from Jackie. Oh, golly, oh, shucks. I hope that you like it. It costs $40.
U.S. Healthcare. A health plan for living.
At MCI, whether you speak Cantonese,
Ronnie Chen, I'm with MCI International.
Japanese,
My name is Michiko Muneoka.
Spanish,
I'm Mike Tomas.
You should know that MCI offers operators, calling cards, even voice instructions in your language.
If you speak Mandarin and you are an MCI customer, your operator will speak Mandarin and your calling card will be in Chinese.
Of course, those services are also available to our English-speaking customers, even those who speak with an accent.
Join MCI and friends around the world and get $35 of free calling worldwide.
Sophisticated engineering has made Lincoln Continental a surprisingly smart luxury sedan. In fact, it even knows a lot about you. It knows how long your legs are. It knows the sound of your voice.
Call Tom.
Thank you. Why, with its load-leveling suspension, Continental even knows exactly how much you weigh. But don't worry, it also knows how to stay quiet.
Game 5 tomorrow night. The Phillies can take it back. Join us at 8 o'clock. That's it for the Channel 10 News tonight.
For Jane, Ron Burke, John Blaris, the entire Channel 10 News team, I'm Ken Metz. Thanks for watching, and if you don't normally watch us, thanks for switching to Channel 10 News tonight. We sincerely hope you'll become a regular viewer. Good night.